Hello and good evening, everyone. I'm going to be your commentator today, Alan Finn, in replacement of Dan, who is unavailable this evening, unfortunately, due to the fact that he's running deep in the Irish Open. I think there's maybe 40 to 45 players left, and Dan himself is down in that amount of players that are left at the moment. So he asked me to do it, and here I am. So yeah, I'm here to commentate on the Euro Poker Million, day 2. And yeah, we're going to hopefully have a fun-filled evening in store. If Dan makes it through to the final table tomorrow, then it'll be me on comms again, but we won't cross that bridge until we come to it. So yeah, here we are with the table lineup for this day 2 feature table. Got a very deep stack here in regards to Alexei, who's sitting on 165 BBs, and the rest of the players on the table are more or less around the 30-35 big blind mark on average, I'd say. So yeah, let's see how this works out. So you get the table layout where the players are sitting, who has position on who. And yeah, as I said, Alexi sitting here with a massive, massive chip stack, probably a 3-1 chip lead on the second place is what I can see here, thereabouts. So yeah, getting the first hand dealt on this live stream. Hello, Janot. Good to have you in here. How's everyone's Easter weekend going? Mine was pretty quiet, I'm not going to lie. Played some poker yesterday, played some poker Friday. And to be honest with you, usually today is my day off, but as I said, I'm helping Dan out in regards to him being on the day 3 and hopefully final table of the Irish Poker Open. I've done some co-commentary with Dan. I'm not sure if anyone's here at the moment to know that I've done some co-commentary with him before, but yeah, so I'm not a total novice in this regard, but yeah, it's still a little bit nervous doing it, but yeah, we'll settle into this and see how this works out. So, and here. All folds as of right now. Quite the interesting name from our German player. Whatever. You don't see that too often. Got a pretty standard open here from Mikhail in the hijack. It looks like off 22. Pretty standard to me. Straight away off the bat, Alexei is sitting here with a pretty decent hand, I would say. Unsure, will this be, I'm pretty sure this will be a 3-bet at best. I don't think he wants to 3-bet jam here with other stacks behind. And that's what he's doing at the moment, just checking this out. So he is. Interesting call. Maybe it's because with the stacks behind that he doesn't really want to face a 4-bet jam potentially if he does 3-bet, so he just decides to flat. But in saying that, on the button here, it can't be bad. Maybe entices someone to potentially squeeze over the top of this call. And I think he'd be pretty happy to call off if that happens. Ace-9 suited here is in an interesting spot. I think cold calling can make sense. Call can make sense as well, but maybe multi-way out of positions, maybe not the best hand to do it with, but I can see a call there as well sometimes. So we go heads up to this flop here of Mikhail and Alexei. Let's see how this goes. All players miss as of now. Bit of an awkward spot here with Mikhail out of position here when the big stack cold calls on the button. Decides to go for a C-bet here, which I don't mind. Some decent backdoors, 1 over. Can't imagine Alexis going anywhere just yet with the 2 overs, and again, similar kind of hand strength in regards to equity with backdoors and overs. And obviously he can be ahead here some of the time as well, which he is in this case, but there's still 2 more cards to come. 5 of clubs here. It's a brick for both. I can imagine just Mikhail just check folding here, unfortunately. Don't think there's much else he can do here unless he really wants to get fancy, but not a lot you can do off a 17 big blind stack here. So I would assume he's just going to check fold. Look at that. Full of surprises already from the get-go. Yeah, it's an interesting bet here. I don't know how good this is, to be honest with you, but I mean, it works this time. Yeah. Don't know what I find that bet on the turn there, but maybe that's why he's there and I'm not. More or less along those lines. Oh yeah, nice hand. Nice hand. Very, very nice hand. Just want to give a quick shout out to as well for the YouTube channel that Kings are trying to advertise here in the Twitch chat. Yeah, if anyone coming in at the moment that's hearing this and you can see the link, if not, it'll be posted probably once every hour. I'm going to mention it thereabouts of the YouTube channel. Just head on over there, take a look at the page, maybe give it a subscribe, maybe hit the notification bell to get notified when there's a new video uploaded. So yeah, just check it out there. For a second hand here. Folds round so far. Lexi off this stack size again is kind of like you can really push with aggression. Which seems to be the case. Just seems like a standard fold here. Interesting spot here for 11 bigs. I can't imagine. Well, this is interesting. I'd honestly just prefer to see a jam off 11 bigs because now the big blind is going to have to come along here. And Jack 10 actually plays reasonably well in an all-in situation most of the time. And if you get folds, then it's absolutely huge. And I like this squeeze as well. Like, this is the problem with like cold calling the Jack 10 suited now. Now you're actually potentially forced to fold, which is a bit of a disaster when it comes to equity realization. But yeah, would have preferred a jam there, myself personally. Especially when it's a Lexi opening off that stack size, it's going to be mega, like super wide in general in the cutoff. So yeah, as I said, I'd probably just rather a jam there. He may feel like that he doesn't have that much fold equity, but as I said, with a Lexi opening that wide, you know, it's going to be a good jam, a profitable one at that. So probably a bit of a mistake there by the small blind cold calling there. Fold with Queen 10. Folds all round. Thorsten probably going to fold as well. Lexi, as much as he may want to open this, probably a bit too wide. The offsuit 9-6. This area probably good enough to open off the stack size without hesitation, I would say. It's pretty standard. Which he does. And this is going to be a very standard shove here, which is exactly what happened. Probably missed his chance to ship it pre-last hand, but 9s is definitely going in this time. And ace-8 is kind of close here, in my opinion, because button here is probably going to be shoving some suited broadways and stuff like that, where ace-8 might actually get the right price against that range. But yeah, maybe this is too big of a 3-bet all in to call with ace-8. Ace-8 suited would definitely be a call. Ace-8 off is probably borderline. I think ace-9 off would be a pretty standard call. But something about ace-8 intuitively for me seems probably just like a close one. And he decides to take the less variance and just fold. Interesting one there. Maybe other people feel that might be a call or a fold, but it's an easy fold, etc. Bird, how are you, mate? How's things? Stepping in for Dan today. I briefly mentioned at the start that Dan is running deep in the Irish Poker Open in Dublin, in Ireland. And he's currently sitting on I think it's 10 to 15 big blinds with 42 players left. So yeah, I'm stepping in for him for the moment. As I said originally at the start of the stream, that if he manages a final table, then I'll probably be commentating tomorrow as well. But as I said already, we won't cross that bridge until we come to it. But yeah, wishing him the best of luck in the last 42 players that I think there remain, and they're on a dinner break at the moment. So yeah, hopefully he starts to run up a few chips after the dinner break, and yeah, runs deeper than he's already done. I think there was maybe 2,500 players in it, and there's 42 remaining. So very, very nice run for Dan. So hopefully he can, yeah, final table would be amazing. Anyways, back to the action here in the Euro Poker Million, day 2. Folds around to the blinds, which is a rare enough occasion in a 9-handed game when there's blinds and antes up for grabs. Ace-4 here. Interesting hand. I'm not sure what the big blind stack depth is, but it looks like he has more than Jan in the small blind. And thereabouts. Not much in the difference, couple of big blinds. We go to a flop. Very nice flop for the 9-3 and a piece for both players by the looks of it. Ace-4 in this spot, like, if he bets and get raised, it's a bit of a disaster. So if I was in his shoes, I might maybe betting is better. But I think check calling is more than reasonable too. But pretty snap call. Pretty fast call there, which is pretty standard. Definitely a turn card that's going to be probably in Jan's shoes going to be bet a decent amount. Kind of like a small bet here or a check, but I don't think the check accomplishes that much here because you're just going to be check folding a lot, I would guess. So yeah, bit of a tricky spot here. Bit of a tricky spot. Range are just so wide in these positions that, you know, there's a lot of one pair hands, there's a potential lot of two pair hands, and there's just anything above that in regards to better hands itself, in regards to sets and two pairs and straights. And Jan gets the bad news here, I believe, in regards to a raise. Looks like it. Yeah, there's a lot of bad river cards, and if Theodore decides to just call here, there's a lot of times where he won't know if his hand good. You know, there's a lot of 4-card straight, there's flush completing rivers, and stuff like that, where if that does happen, you know, you could be in some tough spots. So I like this raise here. The sizing used by Jan seems pretty okay. Probably half pot or something like that is more than reasonable here, but not a lot you can do here. I think you just have to fold. I think calling the raise here is going to be a mistake, and he gets the job done. Yeah, I think that was well played by Theodore. Probably well played by Jan as well, in my opinion. It's a little bit close on the flop in regards to betting and checking, and turn is probably the same. But yeah, I like Theodore's raise on the turn there. I think it makes a lot of sense. You can also maybe do it with some semi bluffs in regards to, you know, flush draw with a straight blocker and stuff like that. Will be a nice raise in position there also. But yeah, well played by both, I think. Well played by both. On to hand number 4 now. King Queen here off 42 big. I'd imagine Torsten's going to be opening here. She does. Lexi with King 5. Oh no. Bit of an error in the image here, I believe. Folded around anyways. Well, this is going to be going in the middle, I guess, from Michael's perspective. Yeah. And Thorsten's probably going to fold here. Don't think there's much deliberation about this. Pretty standard fold, open fold. Yeah, it's pretty easy fold here. I would assume. Yeah, that's what I thought. Michael showing the goods, letting the table know that he ain't 3-betting light, 3-bet jamming all in light. Nice hand for Michael. And number 6 here now. Decent amount of runners in this tournament as well, 2,300 thereabouts, more or less. 81 players remaining. Michael with a good hand again. He just decides to open rip 18 big blinds, which is probably okay at sometimes, I would assume. You can also raise. Eights. The thing is, if you raise with the 10s here, 8s is way more likely to 3-bet all in. 8s is kind of maybe in a slightly closer spot here now for that stacks, for that shove, for 18 big blinds. It's in a bit of a tougher decision, I would say, mostly. If he has played with Michael prior, then he might be inclined to maybe not call 8s this time. Obviously, these players have probably played with each other over the past 12 to 18 hours, or the last 2 days thereabouts. You wouldn't know, so they'd have more info on themselves and how they each play. But yeah, 8s is definitely in a marginal spot here, off 18 big blinds of a shove. And as I said, if whatever, quite the interesting name, honestly. If whatever was playing with Michael prior, he might be able to get away from this. It's a pretty big shove, honestly. Pretty big shove here. Obviously, if you call here and get shown 10s, is a bit of a disaster spot, but trying to imagine ranges here. I really like that fold. Well played by whatever there to get away from that. And I think it was because of the stack size of the shove in regards to 18 big blinds. As I said, I think a 10s just goes for min open there. I think 8s is way more likely to potentially 3-bet jam, and obviously 10s is going to call there. It probably made that decision easier with 8s. Yeah, interesting spot nonetheless, and fair play for whatever to get away from that. It's tough spot. But yeah, Michael has doubled up his stack since he sat down. He started the final table with 11 big blinds, and I think he's up on 21. Yeah, 21, 22, give or take. And actually still with a huge chip lead. 37% of the chips in play are on the table itself. Another hand from Michael here. Goes for a raise. Yeah, and he says it this time, interestingly, too much all in this time, which is true, And you can see the example here. If tens had opened the previous hand, you can see fives is calling now. So you can imagine the difference when somebody decides to min open, the decisions people can make in future. So you can imagine eights would have been at least calling in the hand, the last hand, and potentially three betting all in. But that's the difference there. So fives calling here in position, and probably going to be calling a bet on the flop. Interesting check from Michael here, and a pretty quick check back again. 7 of diamonds on the turn. Yeah, it's probably going to get a call here. I'd probably call one here myself in position. Having the 5 of diamonds is somewhat relevant here as well. I'd probably fold fives without the diamond and call this one. And I feel like Michael could have bet this turn, or sorry, bet this river again, because this king really doesn't interact with Mark's in position calling range. So I would have liked if he at least thought about that instead of immediately checking. The king is pretty much a blank when you consider the ranges here, unless Mark has some king x of diamonds. That's about it. So, you know, you have to imagine the cold calling range there from the imposition. Going to be a lot of pocket pairs and stuff like that, where I just don't mind betting small in Michael's shoes there, just to try and extract some value from 7x and just maybe 8s, 9s potentially if that calls pre. Yeah. Would have liked to have seen him think about it at least, to bet on the river. Have an open here from Jan, in under the gun +3. The king 10 off. Three bet from Theodore. She's probably just going to get the job done here in regards to taking it down pre-flop. Can't imagine anything else happening here. Yeah. And I can imagine Jan just pretty much folding here all the time. Probably a little bit of a looser open as well pre, but potentially get away with it if it's a weaker table who's not 3-betting that much or whatever the case may be, but definitely probably on the looser side, I would say. A king jack would be a pure open there, I'd imagine, but king 10 might be sometimes, as they say, a mix. But yeah, it's probably okay. opener here from Theodore, potentially. I like it. Whatever here, there's probably just going to be a pure fold. Do there with 9-4 suited. Probably can't defend here versus 2.5, I doubt. With Queen 8 here. Versus min open, you can probably defend, but versus 2.5, it's probably a little bit too loose. And that's what Spazzy is thinking as well. What an interesting name as well, Spazzy. My pronunciation is probably very inaccurate with that, but when you have a player who's Spazzy and another guy who's called whatever, it's quite the interesting dynamic, some might say. Two very interesting names to have. Five suited here for whatever. Probably going to be an open here, one would imagine. Opens for min, a little bit over min, more or less min raise. Could be interesting here as a 3-bet bluff, is what Alexi is thinking, but decides not to. So this is a little bit different here. King 9 is probably going to play better versus a min than Queen 8 versus 2.5. So, yeah. Well, I thought that was a big blind. My apologies. If that was a big blind, it probably would be a call. I didn't realize that he was in the small. But nice hand to whatever. He takes down the blinds. It's amazing how quick your stack can actually increase. Just picking up them blinds. If you managed to pick up one every orbit, two every orbit, wouldn't be long building up. But yeah, patience is a virtue in these sort of formats. Patience is a virtue in poker in general, no matter what format you're playing, to be fair, whether that's MTTs or, whether that's tournaments or cash games, whatever the case may be. Guys that are willing to wait around, pick their spots. Probably one of the better players, I would say, on average. Instead of the guys that just want to play a hand play the hand they're given every single hand. But no, I haven't seen any of that so far. After 11 hands, pretty solid by everyone so far. No really kind of out of the ordinary stuff. This is definitely going to be a 3-bet here. See what size he goes here. I'd like to see 180 to 200, I suppose. It might be good here off these stack sizes. Is what I would probably do myself. Goes a bit bigger. 250. I think 250 is probably on the bigger side. I think anything between 2 and 250 is okay, but definitely on the larger side. I don't think you need to make this 3x in position off these stack sizes. I think 2 to 2.5x is probably more optimal sizing because you're going to accomplish more or less the same thing. And that's usually what I say. If you can accomplish the same thing for a smaller size, then you should probably use that. Spazzy in a bit of a difficult spot here, but I would say this is a fold given the race first in and where the 3-bet came from in these positions. It's very strong from under the gun, and under the gun +1 is 3-betting that, so I think ace queen off here is probably going to be a fold. I think you would have to be pretty tight in general if you're going to 4-bet jam that. Again, given the positions here, under the gun and under the gun +1, it's like extremely, tight ranges. And I'm not really sure what Jan is thinking about here. And yeah, that's going to be the most frequent thing to happen there, I would say. And yeah, again, just Theodore showing the queens there. It always makes me wonder, they never seem to show when they do it with a weaker hand. Because there's 2 examples there now that we saw where Michael, I think, showed the, what was it, 10s that time? And we see Theodore showing the queens against the 3-bet, so just letting the table know they're not doing it light. As my question said originally, I wonder if they were doing it light, would they still show, is the other question. I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens in future hands. But yeah, it's been pretty solid by everyone so far. There's been probably 1 or 2 mistakes, but, not make or break moments, I suppose, but pretty solid from everyone so far. As I said already, it's not really been anything out of the ordinary, anything out of line as well. Pretty good by everyone so far, I would say. Probably a table I wouldn't like to be on if I was playing this event, put it that way. Goes around to Mark here in the small blind. Goes for an extremely small min raise here from the small blind, so this is a little bit different. I don't think you want to be using this sizing from the small blind because the big blind is really like priced in with any 2 cards for the most part. So you probably want to pick a little bit of a bigger sizing in this spot, but maybe 100k I think makes most sense here. And obviously Jan is a very easy call. If you just make it that little bit bigger, I think you can fold out some of the worse offsuit hands, for example, that might not call, whereas they would versus this sizing that Mark used. So I would like to see it. Plus you're out of position as well. That's usually the baseline of the reason why you want to open bigger pre, especially from the small blind is what I mean. Very nice turn here from Mark, turning the gut shot. Jan might be inclined to call here, just really depends on the size of the bet here. So you're getting 3-1 the call here. 2 overs, your jack might be good here sometimes. I think you kind of have to call this, I would say. I hope Jan isn't thinking about getting frisky here, but it kind of looks like it. And to be fair, I don't mind this. It's just like unfortunate timing that Mark has the absolute nuts here. And I think with this exact combo of Jack 10, I just like a call. Because on a club river, we don't really mind. It's kind of one of those hands that, like, even on a flush completing river, we don't mind. And if he's bluffing Jan, we kind of just want to let him do his thing. I really hope he just calls here, but we'll see what happens. We should see what happens. I like Jan's raise anyways, because even on a club river, he can bluff if he wants to be that aggressive, which, can make some sense as well. I'd imagine we're supposed to be checking back some flush draws here, so yeah, he does go all in here, which is unfortunate. I don't think I think if he thinks about it for a little longer, it makes the most sense. I mean, obviously, I can see the cards here, so it makes the decision, you know, a little bit biased, so to speak. But it's just in the blind v blind here. Like, there's just so much kind of wide ranges and, like, you know, gut shots and draws and, you know, high equity stuff and all that jazz. So, as I said, I think with this combo of Jack 10, I really don't mind just like calling, because, as I said, on a flush complete and river, we're going to call it off regardless and not be too concerned. But yeah, it's just an easy fold here for Jan. But at the same time, as I said already, I like his raise. I like his raise on the turn. I think calling and raising are absolutely fine. Yeah. I think with this exact combo of King Jack, I think raising there makes, you can probably do it with that combo more frequently, and then potentially just call the other combos that don't really have a club itself, I would say. But maybe that's being too specific, but I think the point is still valid. So Jan down on 16 big blinds now, when he started probably around the 25 to 30 big blind mark, if I remember correctly. So these stack sizes are shifting quite a bit. Alexi still obviously up on top with huge chip lead, which, yeah, Theodore being in second, he more or less has a 3-1 chip lead on him. So Alexi sitting comfortable, and then whatever is just below him in third, and then the rest of the stacks in are probably 35 big blinds and below. Well, yeah, Jan definitely dropping a few big blinds since we started the coverage of this feature table. Hand number 13 here. Folds round so far. Seems to be folded around to the mark on the button again, who's got ace-5 off, which is going to be a pretty standard open. Jan just kind of has to fold here. Jan is more or less 3-better fold stack for the most part. Potentially open jam, depending on the exact hand as well. So I like the call here from Theodore. I think it's pretty standard as well. Very nice flop for the sevens. Good shot from Mark. Backdoor flush draw. Blocker to the nut flush as well. We'll get spicy here. But unfortunately, what's going to happen here, Mark is probably going to... Oh, wow. I was going to say maybe oversee bet this board, but he'd actually checked it back. Probably not the nicest turn there for the sevens. And I like to check as well. Like, I think he can block bet or bet small, and checking is fine. And unfortunately, there's only going to be one street of value here for sevens. Wow, not even one street. He has to bet that river there. I think that's way too passive, and I think that's a little bit too concerned that Mark is just going to have a better hand sometime or whatever, which is not going to be the case when he checks back twice like that. You know, it's not like he has, you know, some Jack 10 or some flop straight or some backdoor flush. Yeah, it's just one of those hands that you just have to bet. I think what I would do in that spot is like bet small on the turn and then bet small on the river, just to target the one pair hands. There's going to be some over pairs potentially in Mark's range as well. So yeah, probably lost out on a bit of money there. Obviously the ace-5 might actually call the river for a small bet. It might fold the turn, but we'll never know. Probably should fold the turn versus a small bet, but I just think if it goes check flop, check turn, the sevens has to bet small on the river there. I think it's a must. And you know, fives is kind of just in a spot where whether he thinks he's bluffing enough there itself. But yeah, I do feel like sevens needs to bet there. It's hard to flop sets. It's very hard to flop sets. And when you do, you probably want to try and make some money, even if it's one street. Even if it's one street, it's better than checking it down 3 times there. On the 3 streets, I should say, out of position. Theodore picking up some 10s here. See what the 3-bet sizing is here. And it's interesting because Theodore makes the same 3-bet sizing as he did in position as he did out of position. This sizing out of position here, I think, is way more reasonable. The sizing, that he used in position prior in the previous hand when it was Jan that opened under the gun. would have much preferred the smaller 3-bet sizing, but this makes a lot more sense out of position. Makes a lot more sense to do it out of position for this 3-bet sizing. And just getting the fold here from whatever. I can imagine Michael's going to call this in position off these stack sizes. Plays well. Plays well in position here for the most part. Oh, wow. Yeah, Michael is unfortunately a little bit on the tighter side, I would say, and maybe hasn't really, like, I don't know, the awareness of pre-flop ranges and, you know, how to kind of play reasonably good pre-flop itself. I would say that's a pretty standard call there in that spot, but you know, maybe maybe tight is right in some of these spots. I don't know, but I think Queen Jack there suited is far too tight to be open raising and folding to a 3-bet. You know, even if Theodore is like, you know, under 3-betting there, that it's like always a relatively strong hand. Queen Jack still plays reasonably okay for the most part against that range. So the playability post flop is still good. You know, there's way more marginal hands that if you feel like Theodore is under 3-betting in that spot where you can start folding the marginal hands. Queen Jack suit is just never going to be one of them for the most part. So again, probably a mistake there from Michael, in my opinion, anyways. And we have Alexei opening here under the gun +1 for hand number 15 with Ace Queen off. Very standard. Very standard open here. Down. It's hand to Alexei. Very nice jumper that Alexei has on. I would like to I would like to own one of those. Very different, to put it lightly. But way up my alley, in my opinion. Very nice looking jumper. Very nice looking jumper. Goes around to the dealer button here for whatever. It's going to be, again, this name just always puts a smile on my face. It's a very interesting one. Would like to know at some point if this is legitimately his surname, first name, nickname, whatever it may or may not be. I'd be curious to find out at some point. But it's going to be opening here on the button for sure. Forcing here on the big blind. I think there's going to be a call pretty happily. Again, first the min open, it's way more appealing than if whatever meta is 2.5x here, where 6-5 off might be just probably is going to be a pure fold. Very good board for whatever here. Most of the time it's just going to be a bet and a fold unless, you know, Thorsten hits a king here. 3x is probably in a bit of a shit spot for the most part here. But yeah, just a very good board in these formations or in these positions where big blind can't really do much, just to fold a lot. Just an easy bet and a fold there. Nice hand to whatever. Just looking at the number of hands per hour, you're probably talking in general. I rarely play live myself personally. I'm more of an online grinder, and it's predominantly just cash games, no limit hold'em. So I was never too sure on the amount of hands you can get per hour. So this is probably, you're probably talking 20 hands per hour thereabouts, which is not bad. Obviously, the dealers here seem to be pretty swift, and the action seems to be pretty swift as well. So makes it a lot more efficient, obviously. Folds around to Mikhail here on the button, who's going to be opening the queen, or sorry, 9-10 suited. And he makes a slightly bigger sizing, but yeah, slightly bigger, 2.2, something like that, 2.15, maybe 2.2, something like that. And Alexei, with the stack size that he has, and yeah, can get away with peeling these for that open sizing. And just going to be a check fold. Again, this is a super good board for the in position player here. In these positions, out of position is never going to have kings or queens and stuff like that, so it's just going to be an easy bet and take it down, I would assume. And that's exactly what it is. Exactly what it is. Nice hand to Mikhail. And he jokingly jokingly attempts to take his next door neighbor's chips, but obviously that was they're not his, obviously. Two of them look pretty pally. Maybe they were playing together earlier on or over the last day or so. That's one thing I always enjoyed about live poker, is the actual social environment. And I don't know, when you play so much online, and then when you kind of go play live, it feels like a holiday, so to speak. You know, you're playing cards, or if you're playing poker at a cash game or a tournament, whatever the case may be, it's just way more relaxed environment and stuff like that, you know. At least that's how I felt when I played live before, as little as I have done over the last couple of years. As I say, I normally play online, no limit hold'em cash games online, so that's mostly my experience of playing cards itself. As I said, not so much, not so much live. But yeah, the social environment, I'm usually a chatty kind of person at the table anyways, anytime I have played live. So yeah, it's always a nice environment for sure. Such a mix of characters and different personalities and different backgrounds, all of that. It's the Wild West, as they say. But also, as I said, a very enjoyable experience. It's just slow. That's the only downside. It's just slow. The action is very slow compared to online. You know, probably on average you're getting maybe, I'm not quite sure exactly on the hands per hour, but it's a lot more than, like, even if it is 20 hands per hour here, 25 hands per hour, it's a lot more online, I would say. Hand number 19 here now. Fold. Folds around to Mikhail here, who's going to be opening the 8s, which is obviously very standard. Fold again for Spazzy. Spazzy really hasn't got any hands so far on this table, which is a bit unfortunate because stack starts dwindling, but he's still on 22 big blinds, more than healthy. And Mikhail just going to be folding immediately with the 6-2 off, and Mikhail takes down another pot. get the impression that Mikhail might be a very, very good player. Now, unfortunately, I didn't get the chance to check the background on some of these guys with Hendon Mob and whatnot, and to see the results prior. But yeah, just looking at Mikhail, he looks like a pretty competent guy. Looks like a pretty competent guy itself. Instinctively, that's what I feel. What I feel. Theodore here might be tempted. Similar spot with the King 7 suited prior. I think it might have been +3 instead of +1, but can imagine it's still okay to open this. Again, it just depends on the table. Are they 3-betting? Are they aggressive? Is the dynamic there for that? And whatever else. And to be fair, it hasn't. I don't think it's been too out of line, as I said. It's been pretty solid from everyone. Bazzi just going to have to fold here again with the Jack 4. Looking like you're getting slightly impatient, but I don't really blame him. You know, if you're 20 hands in on this feature table here, not picking up many hands, it can get a little bit annoying, but at the same time, just gotta be patient. Just gotta be patient. There's 3-way to the flop here at Mark, Michael, and Theodore. Michael and Theodore both flopping a king, and Mark with the inside gut shot or the inside straight draw. Relatively good board for Theodore here, I would say. But betting this into 3 players can be a little bit dicey at times. If you get raised, you're in a pretty bad spot. If you get called, there's a decent amount of bad turn cards. And then other times you're just going to be behind in this spot, which is exactly what happens here, unfortunately. Well, you know, betting this just to tin out the field makes a lot of sense, and Mark makes a good fold there. Understood that his gut shot is not in a very good spot, and just decides to fold. Interesting to see what Theodore does here. Does he decide to check? I would assume checking is the best play here. I think if you bet there, you're probably targeting too thin of a range, and it's just going to go check here on the river. Can't imagine Michael likes that ace, but at the same time, the ace of hearts as well, flush completing river. If Theodore was bluffing with some ace 10 or ace queen on the flop, potentially he's improved. And this is super thin by Theodore. Really, really thin here. I mean, maybe he understands that Michael's never checking a strong hand on the river here, but I still feel it's very, very thin. I'm probably not the biggest fan of this, but at the same time, with this sizing, like half pot, maybe 40 to 45% pot. Yeah, I mean, it's an easy call for Michael here, I would assume. I mean, it'd be crazy if Theodore's betting. He's definitely value betting here, and if he gets Michael to fold the better hand here, then it's a bit crazy, no? Wow, mental. That's a bit of a strange hand. I don't know what everyone thinks of that, but yeah, I think that's a bit too thin in general. Like, but I think that I feel like if Theodore knows the type of player Michael is, I can't imagine he's turning that into a bluff. He's obviously value betting there, and I think Michael just like, yeah, just probably made a bad fold there. I don't know. Again, I can see the cards here, where it's kind of the spot where, like, if you imagine what Theodore kind of has there, he c-bet multi-way versus the small and big blinds in position, checks back flop, so he is going to have some flushes, and as I said, if he's somehow betting ace 10 or ace queen on the flop, then he kind of improves. So it's probably it's a good card for his range, but at the same time, with the king 6, he has enough showdown value that beats some jack x and stuff like that, that it's not impossible for Michael to have an ace there as well, and potentially not impossible for Michael to have a flush. I think Michael will be more inclined to bet the river himself if he has a flush, less inclined to bet the river if he has an ace. So I think Theodore could be value owning himself there a lot of the time. Obviously in this example it's a little bit more, yeah, it's just he maybe got away with it, or it's not proving my point, but I think it's very, very thin on the river there. Very, very thin for the most part. Michael will have ace x there himself, or will have improved to ace x. Mikhail just opens the ace 4 suited and takes it down. Hand number 22 now. Already 22 hands in, close to an hour of coverage for the feature table so far. It was pretty quickly, I gotta say. The only times I've done this were with Dan prior, and yeah, went 4 to 6 hours just flew by. So very similar experience at the moment. 1 hour down. We have Michael open jamming the ace-4 off here, and I can understand where Jan might be thinking 9-10 is good here, but against Michael's shoving range, it probably ain't doing that well, I would assume. Gets the fold. Theodore here is probably going to call. Again, just down to the player type, he might be a little bit conscious of how tight Michael might be shoving, but with no players left behind and 55 big blinds in the middle, yeah, I think it's going to be a call here. I'm surprised at some of these folds, honestly, off them stack sizes and whatever the case may be. I hope he doesn't show it this time, or he doesn't show the ace-4. Yeah, so that's interesting. Shows 10s, shows an ace, but not the 4. Yeah. I just got word there that Dan unfortunately got knocked out in 39th place. I have no doubt he's probably going to enjoy a drink tonight after that deep run in the Irish Open. Yeah, well done, Dan. Congrats, mate. Spazzy with another fold, unfortunately. Michael with the 3-2 suited, just going to be in the muck. Mark folding the 10-3 off. And we have Jan with a pretty standard open jam here on the button with king 9 suited. Jan debating to call with the 9-8, but I can't imagine it's going to be a thing. He takes it down. And that two big blinds is a 20% stack increase to the 10 big blinds he shoved all in, which is absolutely massive when you think about it. You just get all the folds. 20% increase in your stack. Nothing to get upset over, that's for sure. Lexi contemplating an open here, but decides to fold. Spazzy again with garbage or rags in the muck. Folds around to Jan here, who might be tempted, but I think this might be a little bit close. Not really sure. Might decide to go for it, and he does. Definitely the bottom of the shoving range, I would say. I mean, a plus EV one nonetheless, but definitely the bottom of the shoving range, I'd say. Close to it, anyways. Like ace-3 off and ace-2 off is probably a fold, and ace-4 in them positions is probably just an all-in, yeah. But yeah, you're never ever happy when you're called, that's for sure. Fold by Spazzy again. Theodore now opening King 10 off in the cutoff. Mikhail decides to rejam over the open, which I really, really like. And this kind of goes back to what I was saying in regards to my intuition telling me that Mikhail is a pretty confident player. That's a very good example of it there. Open, oh, 3-bet shove on 29, maybe 28, 29 big blinds there with ace-8 off. Very, very strong play, but understands that Theodore is obviously open and wide enough that he can justify jamming the ace-8 off there. And that's just a very, very good example of positional awareness and also situational awareness too. And just study. The guy just knows what he's doing. So Mikhail, probably one of the stronger players on this table, I would say, realistically, which is kind of what my intuition was telling me anyways. But yeah, that just solidifies it, put it that way. So well played by Mikhail. Applying max pressure there in that spot and getting the fold from Theodore. Spazzy again having the fold. Michael folding, Mark folding, Jan folding also, Theodore folding. Whatever here with the 6-3 off is obviously going to fold as well, and it folds around to Mikhail, who's unfortunately going to have to muck the 9-5 off. Torsten, I wouldn't mind a limp there. I think it's a little bit too weak, but Alexei with the 10s, he wouldn't have, probably wouldn't have saw a flop, I would say. Number 27 now. Michael folds, Mark folds. Yeah, and with ace-5 is probably going to be an open shove. A lot happier to shove ace-5 suited than ace-4 off, the last example when he was in the cutoff. You know, thinking about this now, I wouldn't mind an open here because this looks extremely strong off 15, and also if you get jammed on, we can just fold. Yeah, Theodore's obviously going to put in the 3-bet here. Be interesting to see what size he uses in this example. And he's going for the 3x again by the looks of it. Which again is like, again, out of position, it's a lot more applicable. But, you know, letting everyone else know that you've got a pretty strong hand when you do this against a smaller stack, it's kind of, yeah. Again, I just don't know if that's correct to use that sizing because, again, you can accomplish the same thing if you use a smaller sizing. As I said before, if you can accomplish the same thing for a smaller size, you should probably use a smaller sizing. Because this 350, if you make this, I don't know, 250 for example, or 230, 240, you know, something around that range, it's going to apply the same amount of pressure. Like making a 350 here gets Jan to fold any hands that might be, you know, questioning what to do, what's right and what's wrong. Ace-5 here versus this 3-bet sizing is probably just going to be a fold now. But if he makes it 230 to 250 or 260 to 280, it might be a bit of a more difficult spot. But yeah, you can see there that Theodore uses the same size in general, whether it's in position or out of position. Because we saw 3 examples of it, 2 in position and 1 out of position, and both sizes were basically 3 to 3.5x of a sizing. Alexei now, with the blinds increase, have decreased with the overall blind count, but still sitting very, very pretty with about a 2.5 to 1 chip lead on Theodore. Alexei hasn't really had much to do, to be fair to him, since the start of the coverage, but still sitting pretty. whatever there in third, Michael and fourth, and Torsten and the rest are probably just on a little bit of probably 20 to 25 BBs on average. Jan sitting there on the bottom, or sorry, the lowest stack of whatever, 13, 12, 13 big blinds. But you know, still plenty of play in that stack size, and I think Jan is a competent player as well, that he understands that it's far from over. But yeah, definitely limited in what he can do when it comes to pre-flop. See Theodore getting a little bit wider here. He's definitely capable of opening wider from what we saw prior. You know, some king 10 off in early position, ace 3 off. So he's definitely applying a lot of aggression when it comes to pre-flop stuff. Or pre-flop openings, I should say, at least. He's doing a decent amount of 3-betting, but it's not like he's been 3-betting trash in any of the examples, in the three examples, I think. He's had decent hands. And I guess that's true as well. And he's really chipping up here, Theodore, since the start of it. I got to give him that. He's obviously picked up some hands, but he's also not afraid to open the likes of that ace 3 off in early position, capitalise on that situation of you know, opening in early position, strong range, etc. Just not afraid to raise, which I like. I got to give him credit in that regard.
Yeah. So frustrating. 2-8 off sleep. Yeah. If suited, calling. Yeah, genau. Bluff against the kings. Queens.
Yeah, again, it's a pretty solid table for itself. Again, I can't really fault anyone for how they're playing. There maybe Michael making a few questionable calls pre where I would have went all in myself, but like overall it seems to be pretty solid players on this table itself. Torsten here opening in the hijack to min. Spazzy just going to have to fold here again, unfortunately. Not a lot you can do here. As the blinds get bigger, the stack sizes get more shallow, so therefore you're going to have to be doing a bit more all-ins and 3-bet jam and pre off the 10 to 15 big blinds. And Mark really can't do much with 9-3 off here, even against the min open. His hand, I mean, shows how much I know. Is this a 3-bet? It is a 3-bet, but it's a mistake. Yeah, I don't know, did he mean to 3-bet there, or I don't think he meant to 3-bet because it's very, very small. So maybe that was a mistake. He mixed up the chip counts, I'm not quite sure, but top pair for Torsten here. He's not going to be going anywhere, and the problem is now Mark, seeing that he has a gut shot, he does decide to check. I mean, surely Torsten is thinking that this is a pre-flop error or pre-flop mistake by Mark here. I mean, it's a bit of a weird spot. I mean, I personally myself, I'm not quite sure what to do here. I mean, betting is probably what I end up doing, but I think it's just obviously a mistake by.
I asked for the ship and you showed me just what you have. He didn't want to. I'm pretty sure he showed you like yesterday. My fault.
Yeah, Mark just acknowledging that he made a mistake there, which is kind of what we kind of assumed anyways. Yeah, a bit unfortunate there for Mark, but you know. 9-3 off, I mean, if you're going to be 3-betting some hands from in that spot, 9-3 off is probably not going to be one of them, I would assume. But yeah, he acknowledged that he made a mistake, or he misread what the Razor did originally. I mean, he didn't lose too much over that, like 175k was all he lost, so not the end of the world. But yeah, definitely a bit of a weird spot. hand number 30 now. All folds so far. Torsten here with the fold. Alexi here with a very nice hand in the hijack. For sure going to be opening. For sure going to be opening. Race to 100k. Two big blinds. Spazzy again with absolute trash. Just has to buy his time. Spazzy just has to buy his time, and I think he knows that too. Well, this is going in the middle, and it's going to be snapped by Alexi. Michael could be getting a double up here. Man did not hesitate with the all-in here, but it's a clear, obvious one. Alexi's going to call pretty goddamn quickly here, one would assume. Just double check the cards and call. I'm not quite sure what the hold up here is. There you go. The standards, yeah, ace king, unfortunate, but still has equity against that. Decent equity too, bear in mind. Just under a 60-40 here, 65-35. Which is actually surprising, but off to the flop we go. Backdoor spades for Alexi. Backdoor hearts for Michael, just in case. Just in case the queen of hearts comes. No, it does not. So queen and only a queen for Alexi. Otherwise Michael doubles up. That is a king. I thought for a split second that might have been a queen. Which would have been nasty, but unfortunately that's not the case. Sorry, fortunately I should say, for Michael. Yeah, Michael gets a double up, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I was talking about Spazzy being on a 15 big blind stack, maybe getting somewhat impatient. One double up here, you're back up to 30 big blinds, and that's exactly what Michael has done. And now Michael is sitting pretty goddamn happy off that stack size, for now anyways, until maybe the blinds increase in X amount of time. But yeah, nice double up for Michael there. Nice double up for Michael. Th 30 big blinds here is a lot, you know. Alexi takes a small hit. Probably still sitting over 100 big blinds, so not much to worry about there. But yeah, I mean, probably wouldn't want to lose a couple of more 15, 20 big blind flips or just spots like that where, I mean, you can't fold obviously, and you're still going to win a decent amount of the time. So I can't really fault either player there. But yeah, nice hand to Michael anyways, a nice double up. Puts him up probably to third or fourth, I would say, in chips. Fifth at least, but probably the third or fourth in chips now, I would assume. But yeah, big smile on Michael's face, and I don't blame him. Don't blame him one bit. He's been very snug, to be fair to Michael, but, you know, he's picked his spots. I'll give him that. But yeah, very standard all in and a very standard call by both players, so it is what it is. Again, we have the chip downs here. So Alexi still on 110, Theodore 60, whatever, 39, Michael 31, and Torsten 30. Michael, then our other German player, who's on 29, Mark, Spazzy, and Jan, all around the 10 to 20 big blind mark. Jan definitely on the shorter stack, and Spazzy's been pretty card dead. Jan just kind of one or two bluffs that didn't go well, raising the turn there, that blind v blind against Mark, if I remember correctly, which didn't work out, and he's kind of been pretty quiet since then. But yeah, the rest I think kind of speak for themselves. Alexi still just under 2 to 1. Theodore getting closer and closer to catching up on Alexi. If you remember at the start of the stream, Alexi was sitting there on, I think it was 160 big blinds, 163 if I remember correctly, and the stack below him probably had at most 50, 55. So yeah, and that's how much it can change in 1 hour. And literally 30 to 35 hands of poker, it's quite interesting how it can fluctuate. But yeah, Alexi's still going strong. Theodore and whatever in second and third. Michael, Torsten, and Michael are other German player. Fourth, fifth, and sixth. And Mark, Spazzy, and Jan are the shorter stacks on 18, 15, and 11 big blinds. But yeah, as we saw already with Michael getting the double up, even if Jan gets a double up, that's going to be 22. And if Spazzy gets a double up, it's on 30. So look, one double up for any one of them three players on the bottom of the listings, it's it goes a long way. I think them three players know that it's just a matter of picking up the hand and just hopefully getting it all in against a better hand, or sorry, a worse hand, and holding. So yeah.
We played like 5 hours. So
Alexi here in the +3 under the gun, probably going to be a fold. See, if Spazzy had a deeper stack, he would open this no problem. I think off 15 big blinds, we're probably supposed to fold this. That's what he does. Mark here falls on the button, and Jan with 9-2 off, unfortunately. Just as well, Theodore waking up with the 10s in the big blind.
oh, I know. Just leave him.
Jan just letting Theodore know that he knew. He knows. He knows not to bother in that spot to shove into the big blind. He's going to get called relatively wide, to be fair. Jan kind of has to shove, again, relatively wide also, so it's kind of vice versa. Big blind has to call wide, small blind has to shove wide. But if it's the other way around, the small blind isn't shoving that wide either, then we have to tighten up the calling range. But as I said, I think Jan is a pretty confident player, I would say, for the most part. Who knows what he should be shoving all in with off 11 big blinds in that small blind versus big blind. It's pretty wide, I would assume. It's pretty wide. So hand number 32 here. Alexi going to be opening the king jack off here in +2 under the gun. Goes for the min open. Spazzy going to finally wake up with a hand. No sir. No sir. I'm going to give Spazzy a big round of applause when he starts getting some heat, when he starts picking up some hands and, you know, wanting to get some money in the middle. Very, very difficult from him so far. He hasn't played one hand. He hasn't, not even that he hasn't played one hand, he actually hasn't picked up one playable hand, given his stack size and whatever position he may be in. So a bit unlucky in that regard. This is a very standard call for whatever here. For first the min open. As I said, if this was 2.5x, we're probably going to start folding these, but first the min open, I think that's a pretty standard call. I would assume anyways. This is what happens, and we go to a flop. King 6-3, 2 hearts. Nice flop for Alexi here, flopping top pair, good kicker. Just going to be a pretty standard bet fold pretty quickly. Just whatever's going to be mucking here automatically. If you had the ace of hearts, 7 of hearts, you could probably start check calling, check raising, but this combo is just going to be a pure check fold in these positions. Not really too much to say, unfortunately, and that's the end of the hand. Just a brief announcement as well, guys. If you haven't checked out the King's Resort YouTube, a link is in the chat there, the Twitch chat. New poker video every single week on King's Resort YouTube channel. If you jump all over through the link, it'll be shared in the Twitch chat. If you do decide to go over there, be sure you hit the subscribe button. And if you're feeling extra spicy, hit the notification bell to get notified when there's a new upload. So yeah, that's the King's Resort YouTube. New video every week. And if you do decide to head over to the link on the Twitch channel, then you'll hopefully you can subscribe for your weekly content. We got Mark here in the hijack opening off 16 big blinds, or potentially 17. I'm not quite sure how that graphic works. Does it count the effective stack or after the raise? But either way, he's opening in the hijack with ace queen off. And I think Mikhail, I should say, I think it's the correct pronunciation. This guy always surprises me. I mean, you're in the big blind there, so you don't have to worry about it too much, but no player behind, etc. But another guy, if that was a small blind, I would assume it's going to be a 3-bet jam versus the hijack, but yeah, that's what I'd assume. But maybe I'm wrong in that regard. I think cold calling here is absolutely fine also. Never a board you want to be too frequently betting here versus the big blind, I would assume. The big blind is just going to be defending super wide here, so I think I would prefer checking back the ace queen, because I mean, if we get check raised here, which is going to happen a decent amount of the time, but it's not going to happen this time, but maybe still find a call here, to be honest. Versus that sizing, it's probably okay sometimes. And Mikhail recognizes this too. This is again like, he understands. Mikhail, I think, is a very, very good player. Not only that he doesn't like to call, he understands that this board is better for him for the most part, where he's going to connect with it a lot more often, or a lot more frequently. And this is the problem with Mark's shoes, that when you bet a hand like this and get raised, you're kind of handcuffed into folding. Obviously, if you had ace queen of spades, hearts, clubs, you can decide to float here. But in saying that, it's the kind of the same principle, that you don't want to bet here and face a raise, because you're putting money in a very speculative spot. And this is the problem. This is why I prefer checking back here with the ace queen, because now you're forced to fold, and a worse hand for Michael Shoes is actually winning it. So he hasn't folded yet. Wow. Very nicely played by Mark. Very, very nicely played by Mark. Well played, mate. I'm surprised that happened. Actually, I don't know how good that is, to be honest with you. There could be a strong argument that just jamming the ace queen there is bad, but I mean, it worked there. I think Mikhail's play there is very, very good. I think with that exact hand is probably not the one you want to do it with, though. That's the other downside, because ace jack is actually still ahead of some hands that bet that flop. Like if you imagine like queen jack, for example, jack 10, king jack, king queen, or if Mark is c-betting ace queen off there, he's probably c-betting way too much, in my opinion. But the thing is, with the ace jack off there, I feel like you can probably call there and never really raise, because of the reason I mentioned, that like showdown value, you still have a decent amount of showdown value against the c-betting range. Obviously not in that example, but you know, it's still you look at it in ranges. And I would prefer just a call with ace jack there, but I also wouldn't be c-betting the ace queen there on that board versus the big blind, or probably versus most cold callers, to be honest. Or just be more selective, I would say. I think ace queen off there is just going to be more of a check back, because again, same principle. You have showdown value there. You beat stuff like ace jack, ace 10, king queen, king jack, all them kind of hands. But very, very interesting 3-bet all in on the flop from Mark. And Mikhail decides to jam here. Theodore getting out of line with the open raises and getting punished this time. Yeah, Theodore is definitely the more active player when it comes to raising pre-flop, that is. And he's definitely opened hands in spots that are definitely very, very loose. And that's a good example of it there, where king 2 off in the hijack, I think it was. It's pretty goddamn loose, if I do say so myself. But yeah, a couple of big blinds back there from the previous hand where Mikhail invested. He's still on 26 big blinds, so still low to play. That stack size, and you can still see Jan on the 11, Spazzy on the 15, and where was the other one? I thought there was a shorter stack there, but actually isn't. They're all on the 20 plus. And you just have Jan and Spazzy on the ones just below sub 20. Sub 20 big blinds, that is. Get Spazzy here with a unfortunate hand again. You can see the frustration on his face, and I don't blame him. very, very annoying sitting there for the last hour and 30 minutes roughly, I would say, and literally not had one hand to play. But then you have Theodore opening the likes of Ace-3 off and King-2 off in certain positions, so yeah, obviously Theodore has a lot bigger stack than Spazzy, so he can get away with it basically. And you have Mikhail here definitely opening wider than maybe he should. But in this spot, it's probably not bad either. Probably call this versus min open as well, but it was 2.1, so it's a little bit bigger. Don't know if it affects this exact hand that much. But I think King 7 should be a call here. I think folding this is way too... You're definitely not protecting your big blind. In a zero rake environment as well, it's probably going to be a call. Could actually 3-bet this as well. I think 3-bet is probably a better play. And that's what he's going to do. I love it. Very, very nicely played by Alexei. Takes it down. Very nicely played. Yeah, again, Alexei is just one of those guys, I think, that picks his spots well. Doesn't overinvest, probably doesn't do that much wrong, I would say, by the looks of it. You know, he lost a big pot, well, relatively big pot against Michael, where he doubled up his ace-queen. His ace-queen versus Michael's ace-king suited, which is obviously a very, very standard spot. But, you know, obviously Alexei having a massive stack, we haven't seen him... Like, Theodore has been opening far more off a smaller stack. Well, it's still 60 big blinds, but he's been way more active with the open raising. Whereas Alexei's been a lot more selective, which is fine. As I said, I think Alexei is probably one of those guys where he picks his spots, and the spots he picks are very well thought out. So yeah, I think between Mikhail and Alexei are probably the two stronger players at this table.
We all know the feeling. We all know the feeling.
That's my opinion, anyways. Maybe the chat might have different ideas, but just what I've saw the last hour and a half, it seems to be pretty strong play by Mikhail and Alexei. Just aggression, well timed aggression with 3-bet jams and whatever the case may be. But with whatever here opening in the hijack with King Queen off, which is again pretty standard. Alexei can't do much in the small, and hopefully Spazzy can pick up a hand. I don't even think he can defend this, but maybe you can. I wouldn't fault him if he folds, and I wouldn't fault him if he calls, but I think folding is probably better. I think folding is probably better there. Yeah, I can imagine if I was in Spazzy's shoes, I'd be getting somewhat frustrated with being that card dead, and you know, I think he was one of the guys that were probably up on the 30-35 big blind mark at the start of the feature table. And now he's down to the 15 big blinds, and that's simply because he just hasn't picked up a hand. And yeah, it's just frustrating, but that's something you can't control. And what you can control is how disciplined and, you know, just focus that you stay while this is going on, while you're card dead. Don't get impatient. Don't do things you wouldn't do otherwise, and just buy your time, or bide your time would be the correct terminology there. So we'll see how it goes for Spazzy, but definitely feel from a wee bit in that regard, because there's nothing more frustrating when you're playing live and everyone thinks you're a nit, and it's just not the case. You just haven't picked up any sort of playable hand. Mark raising UTG here. More than good enough hand to do that under the gun. Folds around to the button so far, and it's going to be a fold. Spazzy in the small blind here, Queen 9 off. Another one that has to go in the middle, unfortunately. Not much you can do, and you have Michael in the big blind with 6-3 off, who's probably going to have to fold this even versus min. And Mark takes it down. Yeah, there's not a lot you can do there. Still 74 players left in the field. I think when we started this feature table coverage, I think there was 82, 83 thereabouts. So we've lost 10 players roughly. Chip average is 1.9 million. We rounded off, which is just over 20 big blinds. Just over 20 big blinds. Falls around here. You got Mark sitting with a very, very nice hand here. Mikhail opening under the gun +3 with this, but interesting. Just oh no, it's not the same 3-bet sizing this time, I believe. Yeah, it's not the smaller one that Mark did originally by mistake. This time it's a bigger one, but very standard 3-bet, and can't fault Mikhail for opening the A7 there. But easy 3-bet fold. Or sorry, open fold. Fold by Theodore there. And Spazzy again, just not a lot you can do, bro. Just gotta fold. I could have the folded button here as well. I can imagine Mark just probably raising pretty wide here into Jan's shorter stack. I mean, it'd be great if Jan knew to just flick this in. It's gonna be a chop a lot of the time if it does go all in, but very weird spot. Can he actually just call here? Or does he actually have to just jam? But like if you jam here, you probably don't have that much fold equity, so that's the issue. I think if Mark actually went all in here, Jan would be more inclined to just call with the queen high here, because you're going to have decent equity against like most of his shoving range. I think queen 8 probably plays relatively well against that. Yeah, it's super awkward when when Mark makes a 3x there, because if Jan shoves, he doesn't really have any fold equity, and he can't really call, because if he calls, he's putting in like 3 big blinds out of his 8, and he's left with 5 big blinds, so it's it's just a bit of an awkward spot for Jan. Not ideal, obviously. Here we have the chip towns again. Alexis still sitting strong. Theodore just below, and whatever in hers. Then you have Mark, Thorsten, and Michael all around the 25 to 30, 35 big blind mark. And you have Mikhail slipping into the bottom 3, with Jan and Spazzy just on the bottom below them as well, which isn't ideal. Atika Masala saying put in the 6 big blinds. I don't blame you for thinking that, to be honest. It's just a very, very awkward spot with the queen high there. As I said, if Mark decided to just go all in, I think Jan would be more inclined to call with the queen 8 suited, but it just makes things very, very awkward when he makes it the 3 big blinds there. That, again, unless you have a general idea of how his range looks like when he makes a 3x there, does he actually have an open fold? It's kind of whatever. I just don't know. It's hard to say. Oh, he made it six big blinds. You're correct. You're correct. Yeah, if that's the case, then he probably has to go the rest of it. I misread the amount. He's all in this time, Tika. So no going back this time. Mikhail calling. 50-50. Not going to get much any closer than that. 51-49 to be exact. Here comes the flop. King 5, no help for Jan. Eight of hearts on the turn, queen and a jack still live. Can he get there? He does not. We lose a player on the feature table. Well done, Jan. Well played, mate. Unfortunate. I think he played fairly well overall. Can't really fault him for anything he'd done. Maybe if he shipped it with the Queen 8 suit at that time, TK, you might still be sitting there. We'll never know. We'll never know. Oh, well played, Jan. Well played. And Mikhail adds a couple of big blinds onto a stack there as well, which is nice. He's sitting 35, 40 big blinds now. Decent sized stack. Lose a player on the feature table. We finally have a hand for Spazzy. An hour and a half later. I've no doubt he's going to be putting this in the middle.
First time.
Literally, even Theodore points it out. The first hand he's actually going to put chips in the middle. Theodore jokes. Tells him not, don't do it. It'd be funny if Theodore wakes up with a hand. This dude, not good enough, I don't think. Not good enough. He does fold. Whatever, and the big blind has 8-4 off, and he's going to be folding also. This is where the heat starts getting turned up here now for Spazzy. He's going to go on a roll now after this. Waited patiently for an hour and a half. Put his first chips in the middle. Yeah, Theodore has been very observant. One hand. And he knows it. He knows it too. He knows it. Theodore's doing a better job at this than I am. Way more observant of what's going on. Oh, well done to Spazzy. As I said, this is the avalanche going in a positive direction with a chip count increase. I can feel it. Not really sure myself what to do here with King 10. Potentially open for small, or just fold, but it's probably too tight. Or too loose off that stack size and in positions, I'd assume. You have Michael waking up with a monster here. How does he want to play it off this stack size? He makes it 125, I believe. Yeah, and that's what it is. Makes it 125. Folds around to small blind, whatever, is obviously going to fold here too. You have Mikhail in the big blind who snap folds as well, so Michael takes down that pot. Anyway, we have the chip counts here. Alexi still leading. 2-1 chip lead on Theodore, whatever below. just in third. Mark, Mikhail, and Michael, all around the 25 to 30 big blind mark, and Torsten and Spazzy. Spazzy obviously a little bit on the shorter side. Torsten on 23 big blinds, but far from out. One double up from Spazzy there, and he's sitting relatively healthy around average, so can't really complain. It's just he's been very, very card dead and continues to be card dead at the moment, bar the one hand he picked up with the King Queen where he went all in, which was probably 2 or 3 hands ago. Can't really fault him at all. It's one of the things with tournament poker when you're kind of sitting there waiting for a hand, you just got to be patient, not get impatient and go all in with a hand that probably isn't one of them to do it with. Here we have Theodore opening in the cutoff here. Nice hand to do it with. A lot better than the King 2 off and the Ace 3 off from previous examples we saw raise first ins from Theodore. A lot more reasonable, you could say, and takes it down as well. Nice hand. He points out it was suited. We've all saw that the last couple of times they weren't suited. There's been a lot of offsuit stuff. Again, this is a bit of an annoying spot here for Spazzy. I'm not sure how if this is good enough to jam here. Maybe 7-handed, it could be. It's close. It's close, that one. I don't blame him for folding either way. Michael has to open the Ace-6 there, and it chooses not to. Fold from Theodore, fold from whatever you'd imagine here also. Lost a couple of players in the last half an hour, down to 68 out of 2,285. Couple more players gone. Blinds are increasing. Stacks get more shallow. A lot more all-ins. The usual process of tournament poker. Mikhail opening here on the dealer, or sorry, on the button. Alexi's 100% going to be defending here. Probably 3-bet this sometimes, but playability post-flop, I think it might be better. I think the King 7 off makes more sense, like you saw prior, for him to 3-bet. Queen 8 suited plays a lot more better post-flop, so going to be calling mostly. And whips the flop, unfortunately, with the Queen 8 suited. Obviously, a very good board from Mikhail as well, and I have no doubt in my mind that he knows this. Having the Ace of Diamonds here is very, very nice also. But yeah, just in general, this is a good board. You can get away with just betting small here. And yeah, just obviously getting folds from a decent amount of Alexi's range here. Obviously, Queen 8 suited is one of those where he's just going to be auto-mucking. But yeah, you can imagine how wide his range is going to be here, calling them in open. He's just going to have to fold a lot. And unfortunately, that's what happens. But yeah, Mikhail taking down another pot. Here again we have the chip counts and the player positions. Alexi still sitting on 94 big blinds there. Blinds increased, so again, overall big blinds decreased from the stack size, but still sitting very, very healthy with a 2-1 lead on Theodore, who's just in second. And I believe whatever is in third then. Folds around. Theodore, who is a more than good enough hand to open up. I mean, compared to what he's been opening up prior, this is, I'm not going to say this is aces, but it's definitely a premium. Whatever, we're going to have to fold in the hijack. This is a very interesting spot here. I think this could be a cold call as well. He does call. And again, I think Mikhail just, again, understands that this hand plays well. I mean, it's given how often Theodore has been opening, this is a very strong hand against Theodore's range, so cold calling here makes a lot of sense. I mean, in theory, this can probably be a squeeze sometimes, but again, you'd want to be pretty strong read here. This is super annoying for Spazzy here because if he raises, I don't think he has any fold equity because Mikhail is just going to call here the most of the time. It's like, do you just call here or whatever? Yeah, Mikhail is going to call if Spazzy goes all in here. You probably have fold equity against Theodore given how wide he's been opening, but given Mikhail's cold call in the cutoff, it's going to be a lot more tighter range. It's such an annoying spot. I actually prefer the fold there, to be honest. He's so disgusted. You can't even call for that. Two would be horrible. Oh no, such a flop. Such a flop. He probably hates himself now for not putting it in the middle. Would have been an interesting turn in river, but we're probably not going to see it because Mikhail's going to stab this. Spazzy's probably so annoyed right now. I feel for the guy. Pretty goddamn infrequent you're going to flop a set, but that's irrelevant. You can't be results orientated in this spot. We actually are going to see a turn here. I think this is a slightly ambitious call here, if he's calling. This is not a time to check raise, Theodore. Again, if you think about the better hands you can do this with, Queen Jack here, it's just like there's just better hands. Like if you Queen Jack with a heart, you know, there's just better hands to do this with. Like, I mean, like Mikhail is obviously capable of stabbing here or calling, like whatever, and potentially stabbing here, and then obviously having a folding range. But you have to imagine like that he's not going to be cold calling that wide when Spazzy's in the big blind with 10 big blinds. I think Mikhail's range is going to be pretty strong here for the most part. I think it's more so to talk about Theodore's check raise and just the candidate he decides to use here. If you're going to check raise here with this sort of offsuit combo, you're just better off having a heart in your hand that at least you can barrel certain turns and rivers. And this is going to get Theodore into trouble potentially. And this is the problem, like, you know, you pick these hands that you pick up the extra equity, and now you feel incentivized to continue barreling. And that's exactly what happens. Now, obviously, Mikhail is never folding here. It's just there's certain rivers where if Theodore wants to continue betting, then Mikhail might be in a tough spot. I mean, he's never folding the turn here, obviously. But yeah, it's kind of like you kind of dig yourself into these holes and you pick these kind of combos that may not be the best ones in general. You know, as I said, if you had the offsuit Queen Jack here with the heart and he actually shoves, makes a lot of sense to do that too, because he's not going to have a clear decision on what to do on a lot of rivers. So I don't mind jamming this, and it just like he gets punished big time here, Theodore, for getting out of line with this hand, and he's forced to fold. He's forced to fold all his equity here. But check, fold, and flop was the play here, in my opinion. I mean, you cannot call this. If he calls it, this is just like nuts, in my opinion, anyways. I think this might be Hollywood. Like, I don't think Mikhail has any bluffs here. You know, it would have to be some weird, and even that you're behind. I was going to say some ace-x of hearts here, like ace-7 or ace-8 of hearts, whatever the case may be. But like even against that, you're behind, like, you know. So this is a really big pot for Mikhail. Very, very big pot for Mikhail. I'm not sure what Theodore is debating here. He just has to fold. Just has to fold. And again, it's just that one decision on the flop that's kind of, you know, dug himself into this hole where he's invested, you know, 1.3 million roughly. well, not 1.3 million roughly, but like a couple of 100K unnecessarily. And I feel like this is Hollywood. I can't imagine he's going to call this. Can't imagine he's going to call this. He's 2.5 minutes thinking about this. I like the little timer, timer for the graphic. Very nice addition. I think this is more deliberating on the annoyance of him potentially having to fold than actually calling here. It's a good question, Giant Dead. What is he possibly thinking about? It's a good question. I honestly, long time in the tank, which is yeah, he does find the fold. Well, he didn't have many outs. He definitely didn't have as many as he may have thought he did against that hand specifically. King of Hearts being dead, Eight of Hearts being dead. No, it's probably a call with Queen Jack of Hearts given the pot size and just the equity itself. You know, if you strongly believe your Queen and Jack are live, and obviously your straight outs and your flush outs, I think Queen Jack of Hearts is probably going to be a call. But again, it goes down to his decision of deciding to check raise that hand on the flop where he picked up the extra equity, and he was obviously felt incentivized to continue barreling. It's definitely close, but I feel with what's in the middle, you probably have to call Queen Jack of Hearts. But yeah, it's just not a nice spot if that happens that way. Gonna win it again. Evening to you, sir. You're proud to present the donkey. Good to have you on board, sir. Welcome on in. My name is Alan, facial Twitch. I'm covering for Dan tonight. He was playing the Irish Poker Open in Dublin, and he was in day 3 of it today, and he actually ended up finishing 39th place. Yeah, final table would have been tomorrow, but unfortunately he got knocked out in 39th place there probably 1 hour ago. Yeah. I did some of the co-commentary with Dan before, yeah. But Dan was playing a tournament, a live event, Irish Open, where, as I said, he finished 39th about an hour ago. So I've just been covering from. Yeah. You got plenty of action now, in fairness. I mean, 3 days in that event, man. It's a pretty decent accomplishment. But yeah, I have no doubt he's going to drown his sorrow. very quickly. Find out a So here we have, I think my internet dropped a little bit there, but we're back. So we have this heads up flop here with Mark and Mikhail. Mikhail opening the 9-7 here. Mark defending in the big blind. But yeah, Finton got kicked earlier, facial twitch. Dan was giving me a lot of an updates on who was involved and whatnot, but yeah, Finton didn't run too well in that. But yeah, Dan got not 39, so can't be too upset. But I think it was like 370k up top, which would have been nice. I think like 30 to 40k was a final table. But yeah, still a decent run. I've no doubt he'll enjoy a drink or two tonight, which is more than entitled to. But yeah, there's been some pretty decent action on this table so far as well. And we still have about 60-65 players left in this tournament. It's a pretty solid table. Yeah, we're seeing there's 66 players left so far, just over 2 million chip average. Dan offers the drinks. If you meet Dan in person, he would have no problem offering you a drink. Put it that way, facial twitch. I can guarantee you that. The man, he's Irish. What can I? We have an open here from under the gun for Torsten. Goes around here to the big blind for Theodore. Probably just unfortunately not going to be able to defend here. you know all about it, so facial. you probably know more than I do. And we have an interesting defender from Theodore's, probably a bit on the wider side, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is a bit too loose. Flop goes. Check here. It's actually a good turn card for Theodore to bet here, and Torsten is just handcuffed here. Not a lot he can do except just fold, I would assume. And Theodore takes that down. Definitely an active player, Theodore. Whether that's defending with a call pre or opening pre, he's pretty active in that regard, and also is capable of probably playing that way post flop as well with a bet like that from just the hand just finished. Yeah, here again we have the chip counts. Alexi still sitting strong. He's been sitting in that first place the whole feature table or coverage so far. But bear in mind, he came in as a huge dominant chip leader of 160 to 163 big blinds. And if I remember correctly, the player in second place had probably 50 to 55. So there was a decent 3-1 chip lead from Alexei, which is obviously narrowed a little bit since. But Theodore here on the small blind, just limping in, which I don't mind at all. Give a standard check back here. Maybe you can isolate here some of the times. Depends what Theodore is, how he's playing his cold calling range, or sorry, limping range from the small blind. You just decide to check back. I think this is fine. Absolutely fine. No problem at all. Flop of 8 king 3 rainbow. Pair of 8s for Theodore, who decides to bet out. Don't mind the float here from whatever. 2 overs to the 8, back to a straight draw. Definitely a spot we shouldn't be folding all the time, if ever. I wonder will whatever realise that. I mean, like, he doesn't bother. He doesn't bother. I mean, it's kind of. I was going to say it's literally a whatever spot, which seems to be the case there. But yeah, I don't mind the fold. Yeah, I think if you think about it, he probably should be calling there because whatever Theodore may be limping, he's probably going to be betting super wide on that flop where Jack 9 still has a lot of equity against that range. So I wouldn't be folding in whatever's shoes there, but it is what it is. Spazzy here again. We've played 50 hands so far, and Theodore already mentioned it before. But he's literally played 1 out of 50 hands, and it's not because he's been nitty or whatever way you want to phrase it. He's literally just been that card dead, which is super, super unfortunate for Spazzy. But he's buying his time, sitting on 10 big blinds, 1 double up, 2 double ups. He's right back in it. Even 1 double up, to be fair. Mark opening here on the cutoff and just takes it down. All very focused, all very in tune with what's going on. Everyone seems very focused. As I said numerous times already, there's pretty solid table here. If I was somehow involved in this tournament, I don't think I'd lie able. Spazzy here with ace-7 off. Probably going to be a fold in these positions. Maybe start shoving ace-9, ace-10 off. I think ace-10 off would be, but ace-9 might be a little bit marginal. But Spazzy has had enough. So Spazzy is by this time, and this is the one the bullet he's gonna fire. And Mark wakes up with the second best hand in poker, pre-flop that is, unfortunately. Yeah, I think Spazzy could have maybe waited a little bit longer, but I don't blame him for flicking this in here because it's just been two hours of being card dead, which is, I mean, what can you do here? You're up against kings, but you still have 33% against this, which ain't bad. Let's call for an ace in chat, or an ace in chat, people. Let's get the aces in chat. Give Spazzy the double up that he's literally been waiting for 2 hours. We got a 7. We got more outs. An extra 3 outs. Sorry, 2 outs. Oh, look at that. Spazzy ain't going nowhere unless we get a king on the river. Mark is not impressed. Mark is not impressed. 10 of hearts, please. No dice, giant. 10 of hearts wouldn't have been any good unless you want Spazzy to win. Spazzy won regardless. Nice hand. Yeah, Mark probably a little bit annoyed over that, but completely out of his control. Spazzy gets the long-awaited double up that he's honestly waited 2.5 hours for. Kamikaze Boogie, nice of you to say. King's Resort stream, best poker stream available anywhere. We appreciate the kind words, mate. We very much do. Appreciate the kind words. I too would have to agree. It's definitely up there, one of the best streams that I've tuned into. And I've commentated on the other streams, but I very much enjoyed any time and any stream that I saw King's Resort do. So, as I said already, appreciate the kind. No, I'm a close mate of Dan's, Kamikaze. Dan was playing the Irish Poker Open in Dublin, and he got through to day 3. And unfortunately, he got knocked out in 39th place there about an hour and a half ago, maybe an hour ago, roughly. So, where I imagine Dan is at the moment, he's probably at the bar, enjoying a nice pint of Guinness potentially. But I'm covering for him at the moment, for tonight, anyways. But as I said already, mate, appreciate the kind words about King's Resort, and I have to strongly agree. We've Mikhail opening here on the dealer, and Torsten waking up off 15 big blinds. Probably just going to be a 3-bet all in. Not much else you can do here. And there it is. All in with the jacks. Alexi going to fold the A6. And Kyle going to give him back the dealer button, the yellow button. Appreciate it, mate. Appreciate it. Yeah. Irish accent is kind of one of those that does seem to stand out on the world stage, to put it that way. But again, appreciate the kind words, mate. Thank you. Torsten has been pretty snug as well, similar to Spazzy. Not really picked up that many hands, just trying to buy his time. And again, there's just times in tournament poker like that where, I mean, any format, to be fair. I mean, even when I play cash myself, playing live, I know it can get a little bit boring, a little bit daunting when you've been sitting there for 2-3 hours, not picked up a hand. Everyone thinks you're a nit. Some people start giving you a stick, saying, oh yeah, you haven't played a hand in X amount of time. Not a lot you can do. Just try not let it get to you. Stay playing your game. Eventually, card distribution will come your way, and when it does, you'll be happy that you didn't get impatient in hands prior. But yeah, definitely Spazzy and Torsten are the 2 card dead candidates on this table. You've seen there with Spazzy, now he's sitting on 21 big blinds. Like that, one more double up and he's probably in the top 4, top 5 stacks on this table. So patience goes a long way. Obviously, he got very lucky against Kings, but, you know, sometimes you have to in them spots. Tournament poker, you have to get lucky to run deep. It's just that simple. It's a skill game overall, but there's so much variance involved in tournament poker that you have to run deep. You just got to get lucky a couple of times and realise that that's the case. Realised there we got a new player at the table. I didn't get his name, unfortunately, but when the chip counts or table layout pops up again, I'll be sure to announce who it is. Apologies on that. Mark sitting here with the queens now, UTG. He's picked up a couple of nice hands on this feature table so far, but obviously King's not holding for him, put a little bit of a dent in the stack he had prior. Still more than in it, but picking up queens in this spot. Oh wow, Theodore out of all players. I think Mark is potentially going to be going out the exit. We know it's going to go all in. Just a matter will the aces hold in the spot. Yeah, 16 big blinds here. Mark is just going to be throwing it in the middle here. It's just going to be unfortunate that Theodore, who's been probably the most active player on the table, actually picks up bullets here. See, will the bullets hold against the queens, against the ladies? Spazzy here now on the big blind. Does he have a hand here? He does not. I don't know why I even asked that, because he hasn't had a hand, bar one or two hands out of the last 53, 54. Yeah, 100% agree, Kamikaze. Or Kamikaze, should I say. Patience and luck. 100% agree, mate. 100% agree. Oh wow. Oh wow. What is this? What is this flop? This is horrible. Cooler flop here. Both players thinking they're good, and only aces is in that case. Theodore just flat and free, which is very interesting. And just calling the flop. It'd be so funny if a king or a jack comes and it's just going to be the biggest action killer in the deck. And it's just not the case here. It's very funny because both players think, and Theodore checks back the turn. Oh my god, this is horrible. What a ridiculous board. What a ridiculous hand pre-flop between no 3-bet, just a cold call, and this ridiculous flop. Check, turn, and then the board pairing on the river. Mark reaching for chips and pulls back. Pretty ugly spot from Mark here. Very unfortunate. I mean, Theodore is just like probably thinking, what is he even betting here? He probably just has a 10. Theodore's going to go all in, and yeah, Mark is just going to snap, call, I'd assume. He's like 8 big blinds left behind here. Just take your time, Theodore. Don't make it too obvious, but it's pretty irrelevant regardless. Pretty irrelevant regardless. I mean, it should have went in pre, let's be honest, but I mean, to get this run out when it didn't go in pre, it's pretty sick, pretty gross. The king of coolers indeed. There it goes. And immediate. He had to ask. He had to ask, really? Disgusting. Horrible. Unlucky, Mark. Unlucky, man. Unlucky. So sick. Indeed. Or he definitely had more. Unfortunate, Mark. Not a lot you can do there, mate. No matter if that went in pre or went in the way it did, it's irrelevant. Yeah, pretty nasty spot. Unfortunate, Mark. Yeah, pretty unfortunate when your kings get cracked by ace-7 and then your queens flop a set and river a full house and still lose. I mean, yeah, as I said, there's not a lot you can do. Well played, Mark. Yeah, Theodore is a tricky character. Tricky character. He does a lot of, he's very active pre-flop, as I said already, and he's capable of slow playing the monsters, and he's also capable of 3-betting them. Yeah, he's an interesting guy, that's for sure. Interesting player. Yeah, for sure. What did they say? As a neutral kamikaze, it's interesting to watch. Entertaining, you said, yeah. But yeah, to experience it, not very nice for sure. But that adds about 10 to 15 big blinds, I'd say, onto Theodore's stack, and he's sitting on 60 now, which is getting closer and closer to Alexei. But yeah, just a very unfortunate spot for Mark there. Spazzy here on the button. Again, not a lot you can do. You have Michael here in the small blind. I think limping. I think it's too much to open jam here, but he just decides to call. And this is the new guy on the table, Virus, the German player. I feel like I saw that name before. I don't think it's his first time on stream. Maybe someone can inform me if it is or isn't, but that name looks somewhat familiar. Potentially the face also. But yeah, he's there with 17 big blinds at the moment, and he was a new player. I came a couple of rounds ago, or a couple of hands ago, that I didn't notice. But there he is now. So we have Michael betting for min on this ASI texture, which is probably okay. I mean, King High still has a decent amount of showdown value here, so I don't know how often you want to bet this, but obviously Virus is going to continue here with the pair of 10s and improves to 2 pair. And Michael might get himself into a bit of trouble here because he's after picking up some form of equity, extra equity. But I think when Virus calls the flop here, you know, you need to be careful on these ace high textures, ace high flops when, you know, people call your bet.
First the kicks against A7.
But yeah, probably just a check fold from Michael here. Seems like a reasonably decent size bet by Virus. Yeah, you're talking over half pot, 50-55% roughly. I don't think Michael can do a hit much here. Just decides to fold, which is probably going to be the most thing that's going to happen that often. And Virus takes down his first pot of the feature table.
That was funny actually.
But he thought that he was like 4. You had like 4
He
chips.
was playing with this just with the small ones.
Three.
But he didn't mean it for sure. Like his deck is right next to his cars.
Right. Yeah.
171 people watching on Twitch. Welcome on in, anyone new, any new people watching. Hope you're enjoying it. I myself personally am. Anytime I've done these streams previously, whether that was co-commentating with Dan, and this is my first one to do by itself, I always thoroughly enjoyed it. Apologies again there, internet kind of dropping in and out. I don't know, is it my connection, but we seem to be all good again. So here we have an under the gun raise from whatever for min open and Virus here on the small blinds. Pretty interesting spot here to cold call. I think Ace Jack still plays relatively well, even versus the under the gun raise first in. And we have Theodore being Theodore. He's going to complete here with a 5-3 off. Go to a flop 3-way. I think this is potentially the first 3-way flop, or one of the rare situations where it's more than 2 players. And whatever hits top pair here. Very dicey board though to c-bet into 2 players, especially on the blinds on this texture. But I think he can just bet small, and then if you get raised, reevaluate. You definitely want to thin out the field here, so to speak. Plus you're under the gun, your range is perceived to be pretty strong as well, so I don't mind betting this. Obviously kind of have to just, as I said, to get folds from any sort of hands that have overs, you know, maybe some gut shots, etc. I think the sizing is relatively okay as well. Seems more than reasonable. And both players are just going to have to fold here, simple as. That's the end of the hand, nicely played, whatever. Just a brief announcement as well, guys. If you haven't checked out the King's YouTube channel, there's numerous links left in the Twitch chat. So there's a new poker video on King's every single week. So if you do decide to hit that link, be sure to hit the subscribe button. And as I said before, and I'll say it again, if you're feeling extra spicy, hit the notification bell, that when you do, you'll be notified when there is a new video, which, as stated in the Twitch chat, is every week. So as I said, if you're interested in subscribing, get on over there, hit the subscribe button, and you just won't regret it. Players skimpering back. They might have went and got a bottle of water. Spazzy seems to be that guy, trying to run back for the second hand or the second card to be there to be dealt, so it doesn't. So the hand is still live and it doesn't be declared dead. Michael here opening again. UTG, I believe, with ace-8. For min. Torsten here. It's quite an interesting fold there. Maybe it's fine. I'm not quite sure how sevens are supposed to play in that spot. Tournament poker probably isn't my forte. I have some experience in it. Normally I just play no limit hold'em, 6 max, 9 max cash online, 200 and L and 500s. So give me some leeway if I'm not too brushed up on the 22 big blind stack size faces on a 7-handed table. How sevens are supposed to play there. But folding probably is more than reasonable, I would guess. Whatever, they're unable to defend with the 4-2 off. See there, Mikhail is building a stack as well. If I'm being honest, he was probably my player to pick on the feature table here in regards to the standard of player that I think he is. I think he's pretty goddamn competent, and he's done some things that are just very, very solid play. Honestly, he just understands what he should be doing versus a certain race first in, you know, and everything that he's done post flop as well seems very, very well played. So not like he's picking up these hands where he's, you know, just running well. He's just understanding that, yeah, here I'm supposed to 3-bet jam, here I'm supposed to call, you know, all them kind of minute details. We have Michael here now, who's basically committing himself, but leaving himself some chips behind, but for the most part, it's probably going to be an all-in. Not going to be folding if somebody decides to go all in over that. Yeah, Theodore is probably going to flick this in. There was an interesting hand from earlier on where Michael opened short like 18 big blinds with 10s and 8s, was in the small blind, I think whatever, had the 8s, and he was in a very close spot between call and fold, and wow, this is very interesting to see. This is for literally half the chips than it was at the example I was saying just now, and 8s was long in the tank with a fold, and I really thought Theodore might be flicking that in there, but maybe that's down to Michael's image as well. Michael hasn't really been getting that out of line, especially when it comes to pre-flop stuff, and I'd imagine that kind of maybe paints the picture for post-flop situations as well, that he's not going to get that much out of line. So it's an interesting fold by Theodore, and it's only, what, 8 to 10 big blinds, give or take. Here we have the chip counts now, so we still have Alexei up in first, Theodore and Mikhail the 45 to 55, 57 big blinds, whatever, Torsten and Spazzy then around the 20, 30 big blinds. And you have the two shorter stacks. I say shorter, they're still at both 20 big blinds, but they're the two shortest stacks on the feature table of Virus and Michael. Oh, it's a Spazzy, my apologies. Two 20 big blind stacks. So this is third hand that Spazzy has picked up out of 59. Can imagine it's going to be just a normal raise here. I don't think we want to be shoving or open shoving 20 big blinds here. I think Ace King plays well as a raise first in here and give people the opportunity to 3-bet jam worse, 3-bet jam pairs where we have good equity against. He decides to jam. I think this is probably a mistake. I mean, it's not going to be a massive mistake if it is even a mistake. I just think Ace King just plays better. At least he gives some leverage to somebody who might 3-bet some pocket pairs, like, you know, calling pocket pairs, anything like 10s and below for 20 big blinds here in this position. I can't imagine it's going to be an easy call. But if you open raise, they're going to jam last time, and then you're just going to defend or call your ace king off. So maybe a little bit kind of concerned that if he open raises, he has to play post flop, and maybe he's not that confident playing 19, 20 big blinds in that spot. But I think you don't need to open rip ace king off there, if I'm honest with you. You know, if it was the 15 big blind mark, then it would make more sense. But I think for 20 big blinds, you can probably just open raise there for min and not be too worried about it. But you know, as I said, I can't imagine there's going to be that big of a difference. I just personally would open raise there for a small size and like min open myself. Nines here from Michael. And he open rips. I think it makes more sense nines here than I would do with ace king and whatever. This is a close spot. I honestly, this is kind of similar because this is why you want to shove these hands for 20 big blinds, because now ace queen off here is going to be in a tough decision because it's more than half. It's like 60-65% of a stack here, so the decision is a lot more tougher. But in saying that, I think in the cutoff, if this was the big blind, I think ace queen would be more inclined to call, but with a couple of players behind and giving us 20 big blinds where he's sitting with 29 very close, and giving us Michael as well, where the image he's probably portrayed the last 60 hands. You need to be careful here with ace queen off. Ace queen suited I would call here all day, but ace queen off is definitely close. Like stuff like ace jack and ace 10 are just like pure folds in my opinion against Michael itself. Now if Michael was open shoving the pocket pairs and like, you know, some of the other kind of ace x suited, like ace 8, ace 9 suited or something like that, which I don't think that's necessary to open jam them, but just if that was the case, then you might be more inclined to call ace queen. But yeah, and he does decide to fold, which I can get behind. And it's very similar spot here with ace queen suit or ace queen off here. I mean, it's I think this is still going to be a fold, honestly. It just comes down to what your assessment is of Michael and what he's actually going to be open shoving here for 20 big blinds. And yeah, he might have some ace jack, ace 10, but that's best case scenario. Best case scenario. And that just shows the difference between shoving, you know, 10 big blinds, 15 big blinds, and then you have your 20 big blind open shove. It's forcing them hands to fold, where you're denying equity to that, which is obviously very, very good. But I think there's a big difference between what you should do pre-flop with the ace king off than what you should do with the nines, because with nines you want to get folds. Ace king off, you don't really want to get folds, because if you switch that around and let's say Michael has ace king there and he min opens, ace queen in either whatever shoes or Torsten's shoes might be inclined to 3-bet jam because of all the dead money in the middle, you know, the blinds and the 2 big blinds from the raise first in. So you can pick that up, but also it's just like, yeah, if you understand what I'm saying, it makes more sense to do it with them pocket pairs where you want to get folds. And then if you're doing it with ace king, you kind of don't mind getting calls because you have decent equity against the majority of hands. Hope I'm explaining myself well enough there anyways. Torsten, who folds the button, and we have Alexi now. I'm sitting with king 10 off in the small blind. He's looking, eyeing up Spazzy's stack. And he just decides to go for a call, I believe, which I don't mind. I think it's absolutely fine. I imagine Spazzy's just going to check back here. Not really do anything else. exactly what happens. Piece for both. Spazzy on the wrong end of it. He bets 100k here, Alexi. And again, this is just a spot where like they're probably going to be betting or stabbing relatively wide here. Obviously never folding an 8 here, never folding any pair, never folding any draw. It's obviously extra equity here, but the flush completing on the turn might make both players a little bit apprehensive. But Alexi still is inclined to bet. He goes for the small bet. And I say small bet, it's like probably half pot, a little bit under half pot, maybe 40-45%. I think Spazzy just has a clear call here. I don't think there's anything else to do here. Still beat some bluffs, and there's a lot of showdown value here overall. So again, you just don't want to blow up the pot here by raising or doing something that you probably don't need to do. I mean, if you had some 10x or 9x here that wasn't, you know, a pair with that, then, you know, maybe we can start thinking about doing something. But you need to kind of have a heart here if you start raising this turn, in my opinion. Otherwise, it's kind of difficult to find other bluffs, I would feel. Oh, you can't fold here, Spazzy. Come on, bro. Wow. Wow. I don't know, maybe I lose chips in these spots where I shouldn't. Whatever the case may be. But yeah. Again, we have the chip counts here. Alexi adding a few big blinds onto the stack there. You have Theodore in second, Michael in third, whatever. Mikhail in third, and Michael in fifth, and Virus in sixth. And Torsten and Spazzy then the bottom two stacks. But Virus, Torsten, and Spazzy all equal chips, and Michael not far outside that. But yeah, as the blinds increase, stacks get more shallow. But definitely been an interesting feature table so far. I believe we're going on a break here now. Yep. But yeah, we'll take a small break here and we'll join us later.
Snap mucking the Queen 8. Timothy Adams gonna click call with the pocket fives. He is flipping.
Maybe this is what
Chat, I will catch up with you after this hand.
some of the all-ins and
all-in and calls.
5 away.
I mean, it's been pretty fast-paced.
From either being down to 4.
Like, as a spectacle.
what did you have?
Don't give him all, but don't fucking tell him.
Favorite spots? Oh wow. I mean, I had naked sixes, like sixes, the worst. I mean, the way my range plays is like the worst pair, and it's just like,
yeah. Are they gonna deal the turn?
I mean, it's just like a nasty spot.
Sure. That was such a long.
Sweaty turn card. Orpin looking for a 6, 8, 10, or a king to eliminate Timothy Adams, and it's the King of Hearts on the river. One of the best players in the world, Timothy Adams, fresh off of his 100k victory here just a couple of days ago, comes up short. Embrace it, event number 11, 5th place for 159,000 euros. Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely.
He's not happy.
I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Helmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys and girls.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, shoot, going.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? He has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand. Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call, chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. D-Negs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do, blind v blind with that run out.
We like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was not going to give up.
I tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deep, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deep loved that turn. Do apologise, Pourquoi up to second in chips, 36 bigs, 32% of all the chips in play. Appreciate it, chat. Really do. You guys have been incredibly kind
9.6
throughout this series. Glad you're all enjoying the coverage. Once again, if you haven't already, please do hit that like button.
Before I bust, will you tell me if I was dead there?
Really helps us spread the word and reach a wider audience. As Nicky B says, before I bust, will you please give me that info?
Yeah.
Sean Deeb, gonna look him up. 7-5 of diamonds.
Domination Nation.
Huh?
Domination Nation.
You sucked out on me in the same spot earlier, so I hope I revenge it.
I'll tell you another day. No, I can't tell you when I'm playing with open, right?
And Nicky P.
I feel like no matter what, I'm just dead anyway. I don't know if I'm supposed to call.
Has Deeb in rough shape, 4.4 in the middle. Oh no, 5-4-3. Deeb out flopping Nicky P. 6 would chop it. A deuce or an ace would win it for Nick Petrangelo. 1 to come, 8 clubs on the turn, changes nothing. Hand 126 here. Will we be down to 3? River card is the 8 of hearts. And Deeb eliminates Nick Petrangelo in 4th place, 220,000 euros for his efforts. One of the best players in the world, upswing coach. And now up to over 27 million in total live earnings. Sean Deeb, 2 away.
They come to you for advice now. How would they
from joining the 6-time bracelet winners club.
You're just used to being
You end up gagging and almost throwing up at the smell of your own, you know. So to counter that, this 12-hour solo commentary stint,
That bad.
Felt like you guys would give me a bit of space, a bit of leeway,
You just love poker.
and let me off the old sock and sandals grind.
Oh, good. It is.
You know, like my one-time pass. Bam saying never an excuse. Boots saying agree, sock and sandals is brutal. All right, chat. Okay.
But apart from that, I'm all good.
And issues with our central nervous system, but other than that.
Celebson saying getting paid millions for it. Millions. All right, chat. All right. Okay, no more socks and sandals. I see how it is.
Or society.
So we jump back into this.
Other than that, living
Button open from Nikki P. Deeb with the 3-bet out the small with the queens. This could be a chip lead pot, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds.
Orpin has woken up with ace queen O in the big.
One time
Button v small blind v big blind. Chat, does Orpin just rip here? It's for 33 bigs. Oh, wow. Oh, boy. 3.1 million from Orpin. The cold 4 out of the big. Sean Deeb looking for bracelet number 4. In a great spot to either just pick up this 5.6 in the middle or get it in with the queens and be a 3-1 favorite to have over half the chips in play. Hand number 102. Nail biting stuff here. Can't fault Orpin for 4-betting out of the big. Deeb with the 3-bet out the small. Nikki P on the background saying he's going to shove over the top of this 3-bet. Does announce all in. And Orpin with a snap fold. Sean Deeb picks up a
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at Kings.
Hello, 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 and welcome back to day 2 of the Euro Poker Millions. Live coverage of the feature table of day 2. And here are the chip counts. We have Alexei in first, and again, Theodore's caught up to that pretty swiftly. Mikhail and whatever in third and fourth, and then you have Michael, Virus, Torsten, and Spazzy all around the 15 to 17 big blind mark. So there's basically nothing in between the bottom 4. I can imagine the next hour, 1 to 2 hours, is going to be very interesting in regards to stacks going in the middle and just spots like that in general. Yeah, going to be interesting to see how this pans out. Spazzy obviously sitting a bit card dead for most of it. Torsten roughly the same. And just buying the time, waiting, picking their spots. And to be fair, Spazzy has done that well. Got lucky against Mark earlier on with his kings. And unfortunately, Mark is gone at this stage. But yeah, bottom four there, very shallow stack. Well, I say very shallow. I wouldn't say it's too shallow. But yeah, definitely push fold kind of stack sizes for the most part. Now we have Theodore, who's obviously been our most active player on this feature table so far, deciding to fold 7-6 suited. A little break might have put the brakes on a little bit, but decides not to open that. Whatever here, then deciding to fold the king 10 off and ace 2 off from Mikhail. Torsten folding here also. Actually here going to be folding in the small blind, one would imagine. Spazzy keeping up the trend of being card dead in the small blind. Every time I look at his face after he looks at his cards, it's the same expression of, come on, really? Yes, this is the truth. So anyways, welcome all back after a brief break. Much needed, but happy to be back. Happy to be back. An empty seat that hasn't been filled just as yet. Probably will be filled coming time. At the moment, just have these players. Theodore probably going to be mucking the 7-6. Whatever here, +1 under the gun. 4 suited, going to be mucking also. And Mikhail, my feature table pick. He's going to be opening here under the gun +2. Torsten, again, should have maybe thought about that, but maybe king queen off there is probably a bit on the closer end of 3-bet jamming all in. Lexi might be tempted to call this in the cutoff, but doesn't look like it. I think the graphics are a bit slow. Yeah, seems to be the case. It's fine. And Virus here on the big blind definitely has a defend. Although in saying that, you might be tempted to 3-bet jam this, I think, against that stack size and potentially how wide Mikhail might be open, and I think it makes a lot of sense. And plays well post-flop anyway, so I don't mind a call, but I think thinking about potentially 3-bet jamming there wouldn't have been a bad thing to do either. I think, if I remember hearing correctly, the offsuit hands play better as 3-bet jams, whereas these suited ones tend to be more call heavy or call happy, whatever way you want to phrase it. Maybe this is one of them examples where call calling is better. But yeah, just going to be a very easy check fold here, unfortunately, for Virus. Not a lot you can do, mate. Check calling here would be a big mistake on this two-tone texture where you just, yeah, you have the gut shot, but yeah, I don't think there's much debate about that. How many tables left? Well, there's 56 players left, 3, so roughly what's the 8, 16, 24, 32, 40. You're probably talking 5 to 6 tables roughly. Maybe 7, I would say, give or take, but at least 5 to 6 tables, I'd say. You see sometimes in the top right-hand corner, Bree, they'll give the field, the players that are left. So there's 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, there's 8 players left in this table, so quick maths there, 8, 16, 24, 32, 40. Yeah, about 6 or 7 tables. Whatever here under the gun with ace-3 suited. Goes for an open. For min. You got Spazzy After waiting literally close to 3 hours, 4th hand to play. I'm actually counting them at this stage because it's very easy to do. It's been so infrequent when he's been raising. Yeah, again, you can. I think cold calling here is actually an interesting play. Not sure how obvious or how strong that might look off 14 big blinds. No problem, Bree. I mean, don't blame him. I think doing this against under the gun race first in is probably going to get called more often than just cold call. I don't think whatever has been opening that wide, so I don't mind just 3-bet jamming this off that stack size. Welcome in, Apocalypse. How we doing? I can't say I know for sure, Bree. I didn't hear if that player is still in or not, or playing. I'm not quite sure. Maybe some of the mods can check that out for you. I'm not quite sure. He definitely wasn't on this feature table anyways, Bree. That name I don't recognize anyway, so maybe some of the mods can help you out if they know some of the players that might be remaining. I'm not quite sure myself. Hope that helps. Happy Easter to you too, Apocalypse, mate. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Mikhail here, opening up the ace-8 off under the gun. Alexi here might be tempted to cold call off these stack sizes, and could give incentive for some people to shove behind here if he decides to cold call, which might be going through his mind. Yeah, I think set mining off these stack sizes is pretty good, I would say. And potentially if some of the shorter stacks, which I know two if not three of them are shorter stacks behind, might feel inclined to shove over this. But set mining against Mikhail's stack can't be bad here, obviously. I would say personally anyways. And looks like it's going to be heads up to the flop. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Whatever is just going to be doing whatever here. Go to the flop. 8 king 4. Probably well, I mean, if Mikhail decides to bet here, he's definitely going to get one call out of Alexi. Especially sevens with a diamond here. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Says your 7 is probably good as well, I would imagine. Mikhail goes for a bet here. Small bet, seems reasonable here. Get value from worse. Deny equity to overs to the 8, etc. Very surprised to see that fold, because I'd imagine Mikhail is going to be c-betting not really wide, but relatively wide there, where folding 7s there is probably a little bit weak. I mean, that's just my personal opinion. I think with the backdoor equity with the diamond as well, and the backdoor straight draw, as I said, the set outs probably should be peeling there, but maybe Alexi just had in his mind that, right, I'm just going to try and flop a set here, and if I don't, then get out as cheaply as possible. But, you know, other pocket pairs there without a diamond, I think we can maybe start folding there. I think folding them makes a lot more sense. I think the combo 7s that he had in any pocket pair with a diamond, just backdoor equity there, we definitely have to peel. And it's not as if Mikhail made a huge bet on the flop in regards to c-bet, so I think we probably should be defending 7s there a lot. Spazzy here. Under the gun +2. He decides to fold. He's an interesting guy when it comes to pre-flop decisions. I mean, I think opening that would make a lot of sense. It's a decent hand. But as I said, I'm not too fine-tuned on the 15 to 20 big blind stack poker, but I would have felt that you can definitely open that a lot, even off that stack size. No doubt Theodore is going to be opening here on the button with ace-9 off. Kyle here in the big blind might be tempted to 3-bet this. But obviously, cold calling is absolutely fine as well. Playability post-flop is going to be pretty good regardless. I think this king-queen against Theodore specifically is going to play a lot better as a call, because of how wide Theodore's probably going to be opening here on the button for the most part. Theodore probably going to fire a little small bet here, and I think Mikhail has to defend here unless he bets like 250k. Half pot is a little bit closer. I think Theodore's one of those guys that probably bet on the bigger end. Size is 155. I like this. And I think Mikhail understands that he has to defend here. 2 overs, backdoor straight draw. On a king and a queen here, they're probably, I mean, he's probably not going to bluff ace-9, but like on a king or a queen turn, in position's probably going to barrel a lot, so it's nice to have coverage on them cards itself. But imagine Theodore is just going to check this back, realize equity, still has showdown value here. Problem is a king-queen here. I don't think you can bluff this because same situation. You have some showdown value here. Very little, but you do have some. You're kind of blocking folds if you decide to bet here as well. And he does check, yeah. And it's just going to go check, I'd imagine. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but that's just the way king-queen has to go there sometimes. Flop call is 100% standard. As I said, 2 overs, backdoor straight draw. Yeah, Apocalypse. I said at the start of the stream he was my guy, and that was before I knew anything about going Pharaoh Kings. That he was never, some things never change. But I kind of felt intuitively that he was just a confident player, very strong. Did a lot of 3-bet all-ins there, with kind of ace-8 off and stuff like that. So but yeah, definitely a decent player, Mikhail, from what I've saw. Very solid, very strong player, I would say, mostly overall. Alexei now sitting down. It's actually probably one of the first premiums, bar the ace-queen suited he had against Michael's ace-king from earlier on. This is probably one of the first ones that he's got so far in regards to strong holding. I'm just checking this link here now. Wow. I also said at the start of the stream, or well, probably partway through, maybe an hour or so, that I didn't get a chance to check out any of these players. But yeah, look, just goes to show that my instinct is right just by looking at how Mikhail plays. Clearly a crusher by the looks of it. Mr. Aches. Nice. No, he's been playing very well, Apocalypse, to be fair to him. Like, really well. Can't fault him. He's made a lot of decisions that other players probably wouldn't have done. Yeah, the regulars. The regs. Nice cold call here from Mikhail himself, and Alexei obviously having the queens. I think Torsten is probably priced in here, yeah. Decent enough hand. Decent enough hand to complete there. Go to a flop, 3-way. And Torsten is actually the one that goes ahead here. Obviously very good board for Alexi here, but his hand probably doesn't want to bet that often here, yeah. Board gets a little more worse for everyone, by the looks of it, for everyone else's hand. Alexi decides to bet here, which is quite interesting. I mean, I suppose when two players show that much weakness there, you actually might be ahead here with queens, but don't know how much that accomplishes there, but maybe I'm wrong in that regard. I probably wouldn't bet that turn myself, but again, that's why he's there and I'm here. Simple as that. But yeah, Apocalypse, Alexi has been playing pretty well as well. I mean, came in as a huge chip leader, has held position the whole time. So got to give credit to Alexi as well. Playing pretty snug, but solid. I said it earlier on as well, it's like if I was somehow playing in this tournament, this is probably a table I wouldn't like to be on, if I'm honest. Some decent players here. Just not much out of line stuff, just good poker really. We have a new player here as well. I didn't see his first name. That just sat down there very recently, maybe literally a minute or so. So when the action falls around to him in the next hand, I'll be announcing who it is. Virus here off 11 big blinds, probably going to be flicking this in the middle, but he decides to go for a raise, which I don't know if I like. The thing is, when you're raising off this stack size, it's very, very strong. For the most of the time, I would say. You know, if this was like 15 big blinds plus, I don't mind raising because you can have some raise folds, but wow. And Theodore just goes for it. Theodore is probably the only one at the table that definitely does the out-of-the-box kind of stuff in regards to slow playing and trapping and just being tricky and whatever the case may be. But this is probably more so just isolating Virus. Again, I just think there's better hands he can do this bit realistically. I just think ace-8 off here when he's literally raising off 11 big blinds here. I just don't think this... Again, obviously it looks strong from Virus open raising or min opening off that stack size. It looks extremely strong from Theodore, just min 3-betting for the most part. Might be a little bit more than min. And Virus does go all in. And the problem is now Theodore probably might feel somewhat inclined to call this off. And he's probably getting the correct price to do this with. He does decide to call, and we're off to, not the races technically. Yeah, I think Theodore could have saved himself a million chips there roughly, 935k to be exact. Which obviously isn't ideal. It's not a massive dent in Theodore's stack, but still a couple of big blinds he probably could have avoided losing. He can always hit an ace. No ace on that flop. No ace on that turn. The Virus standing up as if he's lost. Hopefully that's not going to happen. And the river card is... Oh, so sick. And the rich get richer. Theodore is running, some might say relatively hot. I would say running close to the sun. Sun running. Big time. Lucky there for Virus. Look, I mean, I'm not going to be results orientated. He kind of got it in. He got a player to make a mistake, but I still feel open shoving the queens is better than min opening there. And look, obviously Theodore did something which he shouldn't do either. But But yeah, I think both players could have avoided the situation that could have happened there. I think Virus kind of just should have just flicked it in the middle and not really got complicated too much. But good time to announce Mr. Saverio, who's fourth in chips at the moment on 29 big blinds. He's our new player that came to the table there two, maybe 3 hands ago. So he's sitting fourth in chips, an Italian player. So we're 9-handed, and now we're 8-handed again. And there's 52 players left, and average stack is about 2.6 million. So roughly 30 big blinds, give or take. 31, 32 big blinds. We've Theodore, who's open raising here to 160, min open with A7 off under the gun +2. Orson folding the button, I believe. Alexi folding the small blind, and fold around to Mr. Spazzy, who again, as I said originally, keeping up the trend of picking up the garbage. On 16 big blinds, still some decent movability in that stack size. All players show, well, Theodore shows 1, didn't want to show the 7. Spazzy showing the 6-4 off in the big blind, can't complete, can't defend, can't do anything with it. It's trash. Sav here under the gun, 6-7 off, going to be a fold. Whatever here under the gun +2, probably might be tempted to open here. Again, not too fine-tuned on the 17, 15 to 20 big blind stack rises in an MTT. But can probably maybe squeeze in a raise here, but I don't mind a fold either. I think it's absolutely fine. Lexi here on the button, who's going to be opening super wide in general. But it's a hand this time. Thing is, 2 shorter stacks in the blinds here might be somewhat inclined to shove over this, which I wouldn't blame them one bit. 9-4 ain't going to cut it though. I don't think Spazzy's going to live up to his name. Mikhail, ooh, here we go. Here we go, we got a hand v hand, and there was a battle between these two originally a couple of hours ago. And look at this. Trappy, trappy. Queen high flop one time. Called it. Rotten. I mean, it's irrelevant what happens here. They should have went in pre, but again, it's like... Note to self, don't slow play hands pre-flop. Now this should go in anyways, so it's just going to be a suck out anyways itself. It went all in pre. But I can't imagine Michael's going to fold this. Alexi's just going to stay betting here. And the thing is, if he's opening that wide on the button, which he should be doing, he's going to have a bunch of hands that picked up some flush draw here. He's going to have a bunch of straight draws. And yeah, it's like kind of... I don't think I would ever be folding kings here. Never folding flop or turn. Can potentially get away on some rivers, but this is the problem on these boards where you have these hands that you don't feel happy putting in chips, but you kind of have to, unfortunately. Don't go all in. We don't want that. You're only going to get called by better, mate. Oh, man. You're only going to get called by better, bro. You're only going to get called by better in that spot. I mean, again, it's like irrelevant. It should have went in pre-flop. It doesn't matter, but... yeah. Not ideal. Not ideal. I'd rather, like, even if I somehow decided to just call kings pre-flop, I don't think I would ever, like, go all in on the turn there, because as I said already, you're literally only going to get called by better most of the time. But yeah, unfortunately, Michael is knocked out in a 52nd place, I believe, something like that. And a pot goes to Alexi, who's running. I mean, it's running pretty well to crack kings like that. A nice hand to Alexi. But yeah, it's irrelevant in regards to how that hand would have played out. Even if it went all in pre, it's the same flop. It probably would hurt more if it actually went all in pre. Given that would have been the flop. But either way, yeah, not much you can do there. A funny part is if he actually calls flop, calls turn. No, that's what I'm saying, Giant Dad. If he actually called flop and called turn, he actually might have got away from that on the river potentially. Facing, like, you know, the bet or, you know, the triple barrel, like. He actually could have got that is probably the only way he could have got away from it. But it's just far too passive if you're like call folding, or just like trapping kings like that pre when the guy on the button is a massive stack and he's just going to be open and super wide. There's obviously some incentive to slow play when that's going to be the case, where, you know, Alexi might just hit some pair post flop and then just get it in anyways. But you have 13 big blinds there. You just, like, you have to imagine what you're shoving all in with, like, in regards to, you know, it's not always going to be pocket pairs like kings, queens, jacks. It's going to be some other hands like ace 10 and all that you just want to get folds from the button. It's just, you just have to do that with kings as well, to not be balanced or whatever. But it's just Alexi's going to be opening so wide in that spot that you're going to be jamming like really wide in the blinds, whether that's the small blind or the big blind, just to get folds, just to deny equity and whatever the case may be. They're on the big blind folding versus whatever open. 7-handed at the moment. Or is it 8-handed still? Sorry, 8-handed, my apologies. Another new player here. Get his name in a moment. Theodore under the gun here with 7-6 off. Whatever, waking up under the gun +1, ace king off. Similar spot here, like I was saying originally, or some examples before, where I forget who open jammed off 20 bigs. I think it was Spazzy. Like, I hope kind of whatever realizes that jamming this may not be the best play. Yeah, you want to give some room to people to potentially 3-bet jam, and you can see whatever understands that. You know, as I said, if this was 12, 13 big blinds, or maybe sub 15, you can argue open jamming it like more often. But, you know, as I said, you want to give some people leeway to potentially just 3-bet jam some worse ace-x and in all the pocket pairs where ace-king is just going to always call against that range. But it's important. It's important to be able to do that. Especially if you're a competent player as well, which is kind of what I assume whatever is. Seems to have a good understanding of, you know, positional awareness and just like whatever ranges look like off certain stack sizes and whatnot. So he understands that opening this like that for that sizing is good. And this is a bit ambitious. Oh no, I thought this was it is a. This is Klaus. Klaus, who's a new guy on the table here. He's got Queen 9 off 11 bigs. You can probably call this, I would say, even off this stack size. He does decide to call, which I think is absolutely fine. Go heads up to the flop. Whatever versus Klaus. 2 Germans. King 9-9. Oh, what a sick. Klaus is getting the double up. That is for sure. Bit unfortunate here for whatever. Probably the only thing that might save him is if this flop goes check call and if a club comes on the turn, I would say. Otherwise, I mean, it's still 10 big blinds. I can't imagine whatever's probably going to be old at any point. But as I said, the only way that might happen is the flush completes on the turn if this somehow just decides to go check call. But I think with Klaus's hand, without having a club, you just want to raise more often. And then potentially call more often with a club in your hand. But, you know, raising off a 10 big blind stack here looks pretty goddamn strong as well, so I'm not really sure it's called the best play here. And it looks like a call, or I think it's a small raise. Yeah, it's a min raise. It's pretty strong looking, but you know, it's like, what can you do here if you're in whatever's shoes? It's pretty annoying. And he just sat down. But as I said, it's pretty strong by Klaus. You know, if he has a king here, is he ever just like min raising? The thing is Klaus going to balance this with like some queen jack of clubs, jack 10 of clubs, ace x of clubs? You know, I think he'd just be more inclined to maybe check call some weaker flush draws if he has them, just check raise all in. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to get away from, mate. I don't blame you for throwing it in here. And just an easy call for Klaus, and unfortunately, whatever has to get somewhat lucky here. It's a bit unfortunate of a flop. If the flop comes king queen 2, he wins more and not loses the pot. Like, it's just a pretty cooler flop, unfortunately. Not a lot you can do there, mate. Just one guy running better than the other, pretty much. King and only a king. No. Unfortunate. Whatever isn't out, but he's, I'm not going to say on life support, but he's definitely on some support. Definitely on some support. But yeah, nice to get moved to the feature table and get an immediate double up. Klaus's shoes, can't complain. And as the saying goes, it must be nice. It must be nice. And on another note here, in case you haven't done it already, the King's YouTube channel. There's been numerous links posted in the Twitch chat. So if you haven't subscribed already, be sure to hit the subscribe button. And there's also an option to get notified when Kings post a video, and by the looks of it, it seems to be every single week. So if you want to get notified when that's the case, you obviously have to subscribe first and then also hit that notification bell, where you will get a notification on YouTube every time they upload a video, which I would highly advise doing. But yeah. And also, I just seen that Apocalypse sharing the links here. There's numerous other social media links in regards to Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok. I'm a big fan of TikTok, if I'm honest with you. I think it's a very time-consuming app, but that's social media in a nutshell. But yeah, loads of social media links there. Apocalypse just dropped the overall, well, the 5 or 6 of them that are there. So as I said already, if you haven't done so, get on and follow and subscribe.
No, but
But a nice double up there for Klaus. Happy out with that. As I said, there's nothing better than, I imagine, hasn't happened to me, but yeah, getting moved to a feature table, getting an immediate double up. Can't complain with that. But either way, nice. Must be nice. But yeah, whatever's left on 7 or 6 big blinds now. I think it was 7 originally. Probably going to be in the big blind next hand, so he's going to start feeling the pinch in the next 2 to 3 orbits, if not already feeling it itself. But here we have Alexei in the hijack. Spazzy folding. Sav here now, waking up with the 10s. Very, very strong hand, just to see what sizing he goes. I'd imagine anything 350 to 400k seems about good here. We have saw some examples of people 3-betting 3.5x, which in my opinion is probably a little bit too big in position, but let's see what size Sav decides to go here. I think that's a 400k raise, I believe. 350. Yeah, and that's exact lovely sizing by Sav, honestly. Like tubes. Yeah, and Alexei just has to fold there, unfortunately. D-Deg says fire that bot. Which one, Alexei or Sav? or the commentator? I think both finally played. Obviously, Alexei has to open there. We just saw some examples. I think it was. I think it was Theodore who was making the big 3-bet sizing in position and the same 3-bet sizing out of position. Nice bot. Yeah, I think the bot is out of sync potentially. The colours don't match. If you want the chip denominations, as far as I know, it's the greens that are 25k, the oranges must be 50k, and the whites or greys are 100k, I believe. Something like that. Just going by what I saw, the way people cut out the bets and stuff like that. No worries, mate. No worries at all. Apocalypse is on the ball. We have Theodore, jamming in the small blind here into whatever. Again, this is probably a little bit close here, but you probably have to flick this in, given that whatever could be, Theodore really could be doing this with any 2. And I think Queen High, even though it's offsuit, good man, he understands that. And you know, if he gets a double up here, he's on 1 million, which is 11 bigs roughly, well 12 give or take, which is a bit. You can see that he's a slight favourite. Obviously, there's still 5 cards to come out at the moment. See what happens. Pretty good flop here so far. 78%, 1 in 5 times he's going to lose this. Hopefully that's not one of these times. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Unfortunate, mate. Unlucky. What can you do? It's completely out of your hands. Six is no good. Well played. Whatever. Not much more he could do. Theodore scoops another pot. This man is on fire. This man is on fire. Here we have Alexi opening here. Under the gun +1. Very standard open. Spazzy again. Not much you can do. Just fold and fight, live to fight another day, as they say. Folds all round. Seven people. Number of people tuning in. We have Theodore doing the Theodore things, opening 10-7 suited in the cutoff. Forced definitely on a little bit of light support as well. I mean, there's arguments for potentially calling even the King 3 suited there off that stack size, but maybe he just wants to wait for a better spot. Maybe he just wants to wait for a better spot. See Theodore stack getting bigger and bigger every round of blinds. Man is on fire the last couple of hours. You do no wrong. Zero. Saverio, I should say. He decides to fold Jack 10 suited. That's definitely on the tighter side, especially off that stack size. Very surprised to see that. Theodore, still feeling up to it. Decides to pass on this one. Folds around to Torsten. Can't do much with 5 high. Unfortunately, would have got called by Alexei. Fold. Correct fold. Really big fan of Alexei's jumper. Really, really big fan. If anyone in chat can find out where he got that jumper, please let me know. I said it earlier. It's a really, really nice top. Saverio, should I say, probably going to be folding UTG. Play. Klaus here. More than likely going to be a fold also. Theodore folding. Mikhail deciding to open the cutoff here with Queen 5 off. Strong, raising into a short stack on the button. Actually going to have to fold. That look that Spazzy has. Going to be going in the middle, I believe. Off the 14 big. Might have some argument to potentially call here, but given how wide Mikhail is going to be opening in this spot, I would rather a 3-bet jam here. I don't think there's much else to say. Already has his hand in the middle. It's interesting, decides to flat here. Is he going to flat? So he's very unsure. I mean, it has to go all in here. I mean, they haven't changed. They have not changed. Nice hand, Spazzy. Couple of big blinds added to the stack there. Can't complain. Can't complain. Fold by Klaus, UTG. Theodore folding also. Mikhail with a lot better hand than Queen 5 off in the previous hand. Ace 9 suited. Gonna go for an open. Alexei here on the button. Folding. Spazzy here with Ace 2 off. Gonna be folding also, one would imagine. Fold. And folds all around. Takes it down. Goes around to Mikhail here. And he folded also. And looks like an all-in from Torsten with ace-2 off. Those hands where you probably just have to go for it. Sitting on 7 big blinds, I believe, just under. Oh, it's actually gone up to 5-10 now, so 7 big blinds, give or take. And Saviero is going to be calling here, I would say. Would be a big mistake not to, I'd imagine. Pretty crazy to see that it's still only 2 thirds of the time. Saviero is going to win this. Ace-2 here having 36% equity against that hand specifically, which is, again, pretty surprising. Going to be both. Good luck to both players. Oh, he folded the 6s. Wow, very surprised. Very surprised. There's only 7 big blinds to call there, like 7.3 big blinds. Saverio should really be calling that. I'm just going to call him Sav because I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. Just going to make it easier for myself and call him Sav. But Sav definitely should be calling that, in my opinion. Seen him fold the Jack-10 suited UTG as well in a hand earlier from under the gun, which was more than likely a clear open. And you see him folding the 6s there in that spot. Them are very, very important spots to get right, in my opinion. And if he's shoving that wide, then like 6s is just like printing a call against that range. I think it's a no-brainer that we have to call there. As we hear deliberating what to do with the King 10 off. Mock, woof. Nice hand to Theodore again. Man is running well, picking up the hands, picking up the premiums. Getting paid most of the time. Getting paid most of the time, but not this time, but I think he can afford to miss out on 1 or 2 given how much he's made prior.
Yeah, it's money also. So I think it's just the cover up. He knows everything.
Out of 25Ks in front of Theodore. Out of 25Ks in front of Mikhail as well. But there's a lot of grey chips in front of Alexei, so preference, I'll take the greys over the greens. Personally. Either way, three decent sized stacks. Alexei more or less running the show. Mikhail there, probably in third place. As you can see, the blinds are getting higher and higher. Therefore, the stacks are getting more shallow. The higher the blinds go, the more push, shove, fold, you name it, is going to start happening. I think some of the players at this feature table might miss out on some of them spots where the likes of Alexei or Mikhail definitely won't miss. You know, the closer kind of three bet jam spots, and you know, maybe 3-bet bluffs. you know, race for. I think them two guys are going to capitalise on that more so than the other players on the table. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong in that assumption, but I can only base that decision on what I saw at this feature table. We saw some tighter folds from certain players, you know, in spots where they should be either calling or just raising first in general. So they need to be a little bit conscious of that. As the blinds go up, we got to be fighting for them more frequently. You can't really afford to wait around for these hands. So here we have Theodore opening on the button. 225 of a raise. Mikhail folds. Torsten in the big blind here. He's actually going to get a 3-bet and a call here. 3-bet jam and call. I think he's going to call with the King Jack. Yeah, seems pretty standard. And he has Theodore dominated, but given how Theodore has ran in all-ins, I don't even think that's even relevant. So I'm not hoping for a jack, but in the back of my mind, I'm probably expecting one. Let's see how it goes. Here comes the flop. Flop is. I didn't jinx it, but I just expected it. Man, like Torsten is like not Torsten, sorry, Theodore is running pretty goddamn well in these spots. But that's all been counterfeited because the ace on the turn. Jack on the river? Nah. Well, you can't win them all, as they say. I'm not gonna lie, when I saw that jack on the flop, I was like, maybe you can. Maybe you can win them all. But no. Theodore had to give up one every now and again. Them situations are completely out of both players' hands. Cards do the talking at that point when both of them have the chips in the middle. What comes on the flop, turn and river is completely out of their hands. But yeah. As I said already, the jack. For Attis, I'm pretty sure it's 50k, not 5k, because the stack sizes are a couple of million. Again, that's what my assumption is. There's a lot of a couple of million stacks here, so 50k added on to them makes a lot of sense. Not 5k, I don't think 5k would equate to a couple of million chip count stacks itself. Here with A5 on the button, probably can't do much except fold, unfortunately. Although, given it's Mikhail, he doesn't really care and goes for it to 200k. Torsten folds. Lexi here with Queen 6 off. Similar spot with these two battling before. I know the King 7 decided to go for a 3-bet, but Queen 6 probably not in the same category. Not in the same category. We have a new guy sitting in here just under the gun. A poker code stuff on him, so he's probably not a bad player, one would imagine. Probably not a bad player. Klaus here under the gun +2, pretty standard open here, one would imagine. Which it is. Folds around. to Alexei in the small blind, who decides to fold. Spazzy in the big blind with Jack. Definitely a hand you can call here. See a flop. Don't see the Merton 3-bet jamming here. I think just calling and just realising equity and maybe playing some jams on certain flops would be good. And he decides to fold, which is surprising. Very surprising. What's up, Connor? It's Alan Finn, friend of Dan's. I've met you once or twice before, mate. Yeah, surprising to see that fold there from Spazzy. I think Jack 10 is a pure, I mean, again, I'm not showing the exact specifics, but yeah, very bad cold apocalypse. Very tough, congested. Close enough, apocalypse, close enough. If you actually minus 1 L from it, it's 100% accurate. Right now it's like technically still accurate, but 95% right. Minus 1 L. Alexei opening here on the button. Yeah, just A-L-A-N. I wouldn't have lost any sleep over it, but there you go. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I think I'm going to start spelling my name like that in future, mate, just so we're both on the same page. Appreciate it. Appreciate the accommodation. Defend here. Is this the new guy? New player, Swiss player, Andrea. Very, very nice turn for him. Gives Alexei a pair of fives as well. Some showdown value, who's probably just going to want to get it to showdown. Very nice flop in general. Yeah, a nice hand to have. It's an interesting bet here. I think this, I suppose, maybe what this guy is thinking here, there's some bluff potential on certain rivers. I mean, the thing is, like, if Andrea has some 2x here, he beats that. If he has 3s and 4s, he beats that. So I'm not really sure. Not really sure if you want to bluff this, but I think Andrea just has a pure call here as well, for the most part. I don't think there's any merit in raising. Yeah, I probably don't like this barrel from Alexei. It's not because I can see Andrea's cards here. It's just like, as I said, you still beat some hands here, so you have a decent amount of showdown value. Not a lot, but I just decides to jam. It's a bit of a disaster. Bit of a disaster here when you do this with King 5 and not get to see a river. I mean, obviously with this exact combo you can follow through on a club river, but like, just feels bad when you bet this and have to fold when you actually could. You still sometimes beat some hands. You probably don't want to overdo that there that often. I think checking back the turn there is the best play, mostly. Hey Rudy, what's going on? How are you? Good to have you in here. What a nice pot for Andrea. It seems to be a common trend that New players that sit down, they tend to get a nice little add-on to their stack. Same thing happened with Klaus against the player that was at the table, whatever. It was literally his name, believe it or not. But same thing happened to him, where he got a double off when he sat down, probably maybe 1 or 2 hands after he got moved to the feature table, and Andrea is after getting a nice little chip up there in that spot as well, so maybe it's not a bad thing to get moved. It's a point I'm trying to make here. We have another player as well, Rudy. It's hardly the same guy that's in chat potentially, I'm not quite sure. The name is spelled the exact same way, so possibly. Spazzy here on the button with the same stuff he's been dealing with all evening. Junk hands. Limp here from Andrea, which seems pretty standard. I think Andrea is a bit of a competent player as well, potentially. My instinct is telling me, even minus the poker code merch. Just looks like a competent player. Check on this flop. I think Andrea's going to try and check this down. King high here at the decent amount of showdown. Sav here decides to start bluffing. I don't mind with 9 high. Probably rather have a diamond in my hand, but seems fine either way. Can't win a showdown. I wonder, can Andrea sniff this out? Yeah, Andrea's a good player. Andrea is a good player. And that's unfortunate. Now, in saying that, he's not going to bet this river Sav, so this is probably not going to do anything except check here. Yeah. Unfortunate. Andrea's read was correct, but unfortunate. I think if Sav decided to potentially go 10 on that river, which I don't think is ever going to happen, I feel like Rudy might have got a little bit spicy there with that exact hand. I think there's no better bluff candidate to potentially raise than that exact one. But his spidey sense was correct in regards to check calling the turn and just got unlucky on the river. Would have been interesting to see if Sav didn't improve on that river, what would have happened. Well, yeah, I think it was finally played by both, to be fair. Down to 42 players now. Started the feature table coverage on 81, 82, maybe 83, something around that, players. Lost half the field since. As I said already, as the blinds increase, stacks get more shallow, so therefore more all-ins more or less happen. That seems to be the trend there the last hour to an hour and a half, where more and more players are busting. Sav here on the small blind now, going for a raise. Into Klaus's big blind here of Jack 8 off. Probably still a defend, I'd imagine. A very small raise, out of position here. Don't think I'm going to get much hands like this to fold. It's a pretty standard call here from Klaus. Does decide to call. Queen, Jack, 9, two-tone. Pieces for both. Klaus starts off with a check, which I don't mind. Klaus seems to be going for a little stabby stab, which again, I don't mind. It'll be a bit bad if you get check raised here, but not sure Sav is mostly that type of player. Check calling here, obviously, with this hand is 100% standard. Pretty bad turn card for both hands. Flush gets there, straight gets there. Pretty quick check back from Klaus, which is fair enough. And I'd imagine this goes check, check. Can't imagine Klaus turning this into a bluff, although he has some showdown value against 9x, to be fair, so I'd imagine this just goes check, check. I don't think there's any merit to betting here. Surprised to see this. But maybe I'm wrong in my assumption to not turn this into a bluff. $300,000, 7, well into 8, give or take. Yeah, I mean maybe it's better to turn it into a bluff. I don't know. It's hard to say. Like the thing is, you still beat some hands, but very little. It's interesting. I don't know what does everyone think of that? Like I think bluffing 9x there instead of jack x is going to be better potentially, because at least then you probably don't beat anything else. But with a pair of jacks, I think you kind of beat some hands. You know, it has more showdown value versus 9x, put it that way. Blind v blind is such like the Wild West as well. It's very, you know, wide ranges, you know, just a lot of stuff going on. Fold by Spazzy again. Three going to be folding here too. Fold around to the blinds again. Klaus folding the Queen 4 suited. That's very, very nitty. Kyle literally picking up his first premium of this feature table, from what I can remember. Dangerous guy to pick up a hand here. Opens with the kings. Fold. Next he folds the Queen 7. Spazzy picks up the 9-2 off. Not to beat. Fold. Fold around to Sav here. Folds also. Klaus folds the button. Theodore here. Going to be folding that Queen 6 off. Hopefully doesn't get a walk here. Rudy in the small blind, or sorry, in the big blind, probably might be inclined to defend the Jack 5 suited here. I don't blame him. Interesting. I'd imagine them suited hands probably defend a lot versus that size, and anyways, I wouldn't be folding them personally. Again, no rake environment. Seems to be like suited hands play better than offsuit ones. I think that's kind of not rocket science, so to speak. So I kind of feel like Jack 5 suited there versus min open. Yeah, okay, it's versus under the gun, but Mikhail is obviously a very good player. He's more than capable of opening, maybe not extremely wide, but definitely wider than the average player in that spot. But anyways, around to Spazzy here, who's just going to be flicking this in the middle. And it's an example that I said prior. I've said this like 2 times, 3 times today, that this ace king is just going to be sub 15, probably just going to be open and jamming. But 15 to 20 can open for min to get people to maybe potentially 3-bet lighter and stuff like that. But versus just 12 big blinds, or with the 12 big blinds, you're probably just better off just flicking it in. Kyle, yeah, going to be folding that a6, and Spazzy adds 2 big blinds. Very, very patient the entire evening. I gotta say, Spazzy has been. And it's a very good example of what it might take to run deep in a tournament like this. It's just to really be patient. Really, really be patient. I have to say to Spazzy, he's literally, I don't think he's gone above the 20 big blind mark, maybe once, and I think that might have been 21, 22 big blinds max at one point. And the guy is still in it. And he's been so card dead, so card dead all evening. And anyone that's been tuned in for the last couple of hours will understand that. And I can just imagine it's very, very frustrating. But the man has held it together, and he's still in with a fighting chance. Still plenty of chips to play with, by the way. 15 big blinds is not a small amount realistically if you've studied this format at all. I'm not saying I have, but I just know there's plenty of movability with 15 big blinds. It's not something to worry about just yet. Klaus here now with the 8s. I would imagine he's going to be opening to 225, I guess, or 200k at least. Looks like 225. Rudy here, folding the Jack 10 off. Kyle folds, and Torsten in the big blind might be tempted to defend this. Seen tighter folds with better hands. Queen 9 is going to be in that same category. Klaus takes down that pot. Spazzy folding the 7-4 off here. Sav open raising here to 2.5x, one of the bigger sizings we saw so far. Rudy waking up with the jacks. Interesting to see what sizing he goes here. It's a bigger raise first in, so he needs to take that into account. Thinking 550 to 600k, something like that. I mean, jamming could be a play too, given he has 19 big blinds. But that might be overkill. It looks about 550, I think. Yeah, 525. Nice, nice, nice. Right smack bang in the middle. Now Sav, given from what I saw prior with him, seems to be a bit on the little bit tighter side, so I thought he might fold this, but probably getting somewhat of a reasonable price to defend here. See what the flop brings. Pretty good flop for jacks. Can't imagine that Sav is going to have anything in this regard. So I'd be pretty happy betting this. Checking, I think, would be check behind like aces and kings, I suppose. Sometimes aces and kings are the heart, but not jacks without. Jacks needs protection here a lot, and you can still get value from worse hands. So I get anything like 3 to 400k here probably seems good. It's a lot bigger, lot bigger. Doesn't give any movability for Rudy to do anything, or sorry, Sav to do anything. I think deeper stacked it might be better to use that sizing, but I think it's fine. Take down the pot, so it can't be too bad, can it? Yeah, nice hand for Rudy. And the stacks are that shallow, I assume you don't have to bet so big there in regards to the size they use. I think it was like something like 700 or 800k into 1.1, 1.2. Very, very large size, and it just like it's basically saying to Sav that yeah, they go with this or not, and you know, doesn't give him that much movability to do anything. And it's like I kind of feel like if you bet smaller there, it's going to accomplish the same thing. And I kind of said this a couple of times this evening already that, you know, if you can use a smaller bet sizing, that's going to accomplish the same result or very close to it, then you probably should. So like there should be no difference, in my opinion, Rudy betting, I don't know, 350, 400, maybe 450k into that pot versus the 700 or 800 that he did. It'll accomplish the same thing. But here we have an all-in, and Andrea sitting there with the queens with the raise first in UTG, and Sav is flicked it in the middle with ace queen off. Seems absolutely standard. Sav, after losing that pot prior, wakes up with ace queen off against Andrea. Andrea's going to be snap calling this. And Sav is going to be in danger. So of course Spazzy picking up fives. No good now, mate. Promise you that much. Come on now, Spazzy. You know this is never a call, mate. I know you've been card dead, and fives looks like aces at this point in your life, man, but it ain't good. Trust me, it ain't good. And he gets the snap call, which is what we expected. And we're going to see some cards. We're going to see some cards here. Sav needing an ace, and an ace only. Or some king, jack, 10 would be okay as well. A lot of queens are dead, bro. No ace there. Where Sav stands up. Already thinking he's lost, but it wouldn't be the first time we've seen an ace on the turn or a river this evening in an all-in spot. Not to be on the turn. Man's got 7%. Can he see an ace on the river? Negative on the ace. We lose Sav, unfortunately. Well played, mate. Well played. Andrea adding some chips to his stack there. Very nice addition to it, to say the least. Yeah, nice to pick up queens in that spot there. Unfortunate for Sav to pick up the ace queen. Not much you can do there. Very, very standard. Very, very standard. Klaus waking up with the king jack suited here, UTG. Imagine we're going to see a raise. A raise it is. Fold from Theodore. Rudy, 6-4 in the muck. Three in the big blind here. Probably going to be a call, one would imagine. We're going to see some flops. And potentially some turns and rivers. See what the flop brings first. See what size, if Klaus decides to bet here. Red checks. Check back. Pretty standard from both. 9 of spades on the river. Klaus picks up the flush draw on 2 overs. Andrea checks as well. Seems very standard. Probably going to go for a little bet here now. Get stuff like this exactly what Andrea has to potentially fold. And obviously have a ton of equity. If Andrea decides to check call, which I think he will. For this size, then I think it's absolutely fine. Then you can see that Andrea understands that his ace high still has some showdown value against some of his range. And there's the jack for Klaus, who definitely still should be betting this river, and if he doesn't, it's a pretty big mistake in my opinion. Please don't check. I mean, if Klaus checked this back, I'd be like, what the hell is going on? Can't check this back. Prove your hand and you check back. Impossible. Depends on the size here. I think Andrea's just going to fold if he hasn't folded already, and that's a fold. It's 250 into 800. Seems to be something like that, yeah. On to the next hand. Theodore folds. Rudy more than likely going to fold also. Will not be folding. It's worse than folding. Spazzy definitely going to be flicking this in. I think Mikhail's going to have to call with 7s when this happens, and we're going to be off to the races. I hope Spazzy doesn't take too long here because it's very unnecessary. Oh, wow. I mean, there's just points in a tournament where you just like can't pass up on these spots, and I think that's just too much. Like, don't want to be disrespectful to the player, but like you have to put that in there. Like, what are you exactly waiting for if you're folding the likes of them hands? Like, that's, for me personally, that's just crazy. Like, again, Mikhail is a good player. Mikhail is going to be opening, like, offsuit ace-x, you name it. Like, just... I don't know, King 10 suited, Jack 10 suited. Like, not even that, like just offsuit ones as well. It's criminal to be folding King Jack suited there. Yeah, like very unnecessary Ghost. I have to say, like Ghost is like you can't be folding that. There might be some mad world where I don't think Mikhail would fold sevens, but you know, you're flipping against that. You actually you might be a slight favourite with that hand. I mean, it's going to be a flip regardless on average, like, but I don't know. There just comes a time where you just have to bite the bullet and say, right, this is my time to go with it. And look, I've been commentating this on all night, and Spazzy has picked up very, very little good hands. And the time that he actually picks up a hand where he should be three bet jamming, you just have to put that in there. It's just like if you're not getting in there, you really. I'm not saying you don't deserve to have chips, but it's just too passive. Yeah, and I don't even think cold calling is a thing there, Ghost. I think you just want to 3-bet jam that. There might be some parts of your range that you might want to cold call there. You know, some premiums like aces and maybe kings, just to like. I'm not quite sure. Like aces could be an argument there. Maybe some. Look, even stuff like King Jack suited there could be an argument just to cold call, because it has good playability post flop. But just in general, man, like if you can 3-bet that and get folds, you know, you pick up whatever's in the pot and you know, you just get folds. It's just good. It's just better to do that. But I think folding is a big mistake there. I think it's just not good enough from Spazzy there. I don't know, maybe being card dead for as long as he has been all evening, he maybe became a little bit passive mentally and decided not to go for that spot. Look, as I said already, I'm not sure what you're waiting for when you pick up a hand like that and decide to fold. You know, it's for me, this is criminal, to be honest. Mind you, I'll tune in for the final table tomorrow and you'll probably be there. That's what'll probably happen, and then I'll be eating my own words. And it'll all come back to the King Jack hand that he folded. That's exactly what'll happen. It's too tight of a fold in my opinion. Let's be all real here. Don't think you can never fold that, ever. Klaus in the small blind. So it's a fold. Seen him folding Queen 4 suited earlier on, so I'd imagine A4 off is going to be going in the middle. Theodore takes down another one. Theodore has been a little bit quieter the last 10 to 15 hands, from what I've noticed. Maybe a bit of fatigue starting to set in. Getting later on tonight. Good few hours playing at this stage. Fold by Mikhail. Torsten more than likely folding also. Got Alexei picking up the ace jack off here, going to be coming in for a raise. 200k. Similar spot here with King 10 suited versus Mikhail. Now Spazzy, I mean, if he's folding King Jack suited, he's going to be folding this as well. Like I can get behind folding this hand potentially, but the King Jack of hearts, I still can't get over. I think that the King 10 suited is a lot more of a fold, I would say. Maybe a shove versus certain players, you know, big stack who's opening super wide, etc. Then you can say, right, I'm going with this now. But as I said, man, the King Jack of hearts, I still can't get that off my head. But here we are with Klaus. Debating whether to call or fold on the button here with the fours. tries to go for the call. Rudy in the big blind is just going to be folding. Go heads up to the flop here. Alexei versus Klaus. Ace Jack versus fours. See what happens here. What Alexei decides to do. Definitely waiting for something, Bree. Whether it's aces or not, I'm not quite sure, but it has to be better than King Jack of Hearts. That's all I'm saying. It has to be better than King Jack of Hearts. So whether it's ace king or aces or whatever that in between, King Jack of Hearts, it has to be better than that. Has to be better than that. Alexei takes that down with a C bet, which is nice. You have ace high versus fours, but fours can't do much there, to be fair. Spazzy sitting down the bottom there, Torsten around the 12 to 15 big blind mark, and then you have Klaus, Mikhail, Rudy, and Theo. Klaus, Mikhail, and Rudy kind of sitting around the 25 to 35 big blind mark, and Theodore, and Andrea, Alexei, all kind of around the 50 to 60 big blind mark. So there's nothing between the top three, and from 4th to 6th, there's probably not much in between that as well, and then obviously 7th and 8th, there's very little in between that also. So yeah, it's kind of three different stack sizes to deal with here. Torsten now in the 16 big blind. It's kind of yeah, he goes all in here. I think that's fair enough. Spazzy here now, who's sitting on the ace 10. I mean, I'd probably fold this myself personally. That's what he ends up doing. Klaus is going to be folding in the cutoff here as well. And Rudy going to be doing the same. And Mikhail is in the muck as well. So Torsten gets that through with 10s, which is nice. It's a good point, Ghost, no? It's either going to go one way or the other. It's either going to be, you know, knocked out in the first 10 to 15 minutes, or as you said, 15 million and 30. There would be no in between, that's for sure. It's either going to go one end of the spectrum or the other. Well, yeah, there's definitely a lot of passivity in certain spots where, you know, as I said, I think with Alexei and Mikhail and probably Andrea, at this point, they seem like the three most competent players at this table, and I feel them three individuals wouldn't dare miss out in spots like we'll say Spazzy has, and maybe some examples of other players that were at the feature table prior. And it makes a big difference. I mean, yeah, okay, you could say it didn't. It's what I felt in the moment, but like you have to be looking at it in the long term. Like stuff like King Jack of Hearts in that spot there, what Mikhail is opening. I think it was under the gun or maybe under the gun +1. Like it's just going to be a snap all in versus him, you know. And that's not because I can see what I've saw the last 4 to 5 hours. It's just it just plays, you know, a range versus a range, and King Jack in that spot, man, it's just always going to be a get in. But yeah, I agree. You know, timed aggression would be very, very good in this spot because you would be taking advantage of passivity from certain players. But there's still three players definitely on this feature table, in my opinion, that that would be aggressive in them spots, that wouldn't dare miss out on them, you know, shoving certain hands in certain spots where they just know they have to. You know, it's like, yeah, there's a few passive players, but there's also a few very strong players as well. Like there's 2 or 3, as I said, Andrea, Mikhail, and Alexei. I would say they're solid, but I'd say Mikhail is probably the best of the 3 if I had to pick one. So I'm probably a Mikhail fanboy at this stage, but justifiably so. I think the guy is playing well. The guy is playing well. Stacks, I think the blinds seem to have gone up again because the big blinds have changed. And again, stacks are getting more and more shallow. Spazzy now on 10 big blinds, Torsten on 14. More and more pressure being put on these stack sizes to get it in the middle. It's only going to get tougher and tougher for Spazzy the longer he waits. Same thing for Torsten. 37 players left now. Oh, the original 83, if I remember correctly, from the start of coverage. Yeah. Excuse me if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Krika. We have a link. We have a link. Yeah, Apocalypse is on the ball again. But yeah, an absolute crusher. An absolute crusher. And I was saying to Apocalypse earlier, Kraka, that I never checked out any of the Hendon Mob stats from any of the players on the table. I just kind of felt Mikhail was definitely, you know, a strong player before I saw the Hendon Mob link. But yeah, he seems to be a very good player. Seems to be a very good player. Yeah, that's exactly it, Ghost. They have to accumulate chips at this stage because the blinds won't wait around. You know, blinds are just going to stay chipping away at you. So you just have to make your stance at some stage. But here we have a hand. Mikhail opening on the button, Alexei defending in the big blind, both very standard. I can imagine Mikhail only betting very high frequency here. Don't think you ever want to check back this board. And Alexei obviously has to call this bet size. Can potentially raise sometimes, but I'd rather just call, honestly. Wow. I don't think you can fold that combo, given you have the backdoor flush draw as well, and the positions. So that's a little bit too passive from my perspective. You know, if you want to start folding certain combos, you can fold like 8-9 of clubs, 8-9 of spades, but 8-9 of hearts and diamonds on that flop texture. Because it's Mikhail opening on the button, man. It's like he's going to be opening super wide and just like betting super wide in that flop as well. Like it's maybe respects him too much, nerds. Maybe respects him too much. Personally, I wouldn't be folding there. As I said, if you're going to start folding combos of 8-9 there, probably the 8-9 of clubs and spades are the ones you could arguably fold. But giving you the backdoor flush draw with the gut shot to the straight, and it was very, very like 1/3, if not 25% sizing on the flop, I don't think we could start folding there. I think calling is mandatory. Calling at least. Here we have Andrea opening UTG with ace-9 off, which seems to be okay to me. Broody in the hijack, who is going for a call. Spazzy here in the big blind. So it's not an ideal spot. It's stack just going smaller and smaller, dwindling, less and less every orbit. Kind of one of those spots where you probably want to just like call and then, and if you literally hit any 10 or jack here, you're probably gonna flick it in immediately and just open ship. I would assume if it comes 10 high or jack high, I would just automatically just go all in. And now you don't really know what to do here, do you? I mean, if the flop checks through, it's probably a good thing. I can't imagine. Wow, Andrea's actually betting this. This is interesting. Problem is in Spazzy's shoes now. He's really caught in two minds. Obviously, Rudy is getting out of the way. And Spazzy, like, what do you do here? Andrea's at the betting into two players here. He opened UTG. It's like, what do you do here with Jack 10? It's a ridiculously tough spot. And he's looking at the clock potentially. Maybe payout structure or whatnot. I'm not quite sure. I mean, he's guaranteed 2.8k at the moment, going by what I see in the payout structure. I mean, it's a tough spot when Andrea's bet into two players here after opening UTG. It's a very, very tough spot. Yeah, it's what can you do, like, you know? This for me just dwindles back to the King Jack of Hearts always. Dwindles back to that hand where he could have just shipped it, and who knows? Would have been all but different. Keeps on getting better and better. No, it's a tough spot when Andrea bets into two players like that. In fairness, to know what to do. But yeah, it's not looking good for Spazzy at the moment. He needs a double up ASAP, to say the least. I think we have another new player at the table. He'll only jam if he hits quads. He must know something that you or I don't know, Ghost, if he's known that he's going to hit quads, that he's willing to go all in. I'd be a little concerned if that's the case. Yeah, but not ideal. I missed the new player's name there, but I'm sure we'll have another opportunity in the next hand to see who it is. I think he's Croatian, if I saw the flag correctly. But we shall see in a bit. Actually falling on the button with Jack 5 suited. Surprised to see that, to be honest, but I suppose when Spazzy's sitting there so short. That's what I said. If I'm going to eat my own words if he somehow makes the final table and he's playing tomorrow, it'll all come back to the King Jack hand and say, oh yeah, that commentator was saying X, Y, and Z about Spazzy like not shoving the King Jack hand. Well, it's going to get called here anyways. Whether this is the moment Ghost that he doubles up, let's wait and see. Well, I can tell you one thing, I would have rather had King Jack of Hearts versus the sevens that time if it did manage to go all in, just saying. 70-30. It's a 70-30 in this spot. It would have been a 50-50 in the other. Anyways, good luck to Spazzy. Man needs spades. Needs a jack, queen, or king. 9. Some backdoors. It's not good enough. King or 9. Wow. I'm going to eat my words, Ghost, I'm telling you. Amazing, amazing stuff. He can't believe it himself. Puts the hand on the head. Brilliant. He must know something we don't. That's all I've got to say. He must know something we don't. He is the short stack god. We're the short stack noobs. Nice hand, Spazzy. Well done. You better believe it, Bree. It happened. It happened, mate. Just want to give a brief announcement as well, guys, with the social media. If you haven't already, the YouTube link is in the Twitch chat. And if Apocalypse is still here, if not, I can do it anyways, but just to drop a link for any social media links in regards to Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, you name it. And there he is, dropping the social links. But yeah, there's a big push on the YouTube channel, guys. So if you haven't subscribed already, be sure to head on over there. They literally release a video every single week of highlights from previous events and just content, poker content in general. So yeah, hit the link on any of the social media. You know, hit follow, hit subscribe. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit the notification bell as well. It does a great solid favor for King's Resort as they're trying to push the YouTube channel there recently. Coming up to 17k subscribers, so if you haven't already, be sure to jump on over there. But anyways, we have an all in here in 2 spots, which is quite interesting. What happened there? We have an open from Rudy. Andrea is still deciding. Did our new player make a mistake by putting his chips in the middle there, or did I miss something? Yeah, I think that was a mistake. I think that was a mistake by Andelco. Andelco, yeah. I mean, Rudy's obviously calling here, but like Andrea was probably doing something. Maybe he made the all in too early. Is what happened. I mean, Rudy's never folded here. I'm not sure what the potential Hollywood is. And he does call. That's a bit of a weird one. I missed kind of what Andelco probably shoved all in before Andrea acted, is what happened, I believe. Andrea hadn't made the action. He always shouldn't be able to push now. He played out a turn, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's probably not right. I'm not sure on the exact rules there, to be honest. I mean, Ace-Queen would have won there, but that's been results orientated. Yeah, he's an ace or king here anyways, Andrea. Or sorry, Rudy. Now a jack to go along with that. Delco is feeling the pinch here. It's never ever easy, and as the saying goes, it's always a sweat. 5s is good. Rudy down to 9 big blinds, unfortunately. Not a lot you can do there, unfortunately, from Rudy's perspective. You just got to win that flip, and that did not happen. Did not happen. Big pot there to Andelco. Very, very big pot. $2,050,000. Would have been interesting. Well, I suppose 5 would have just folded there. Would have been interesting if like Ace Queen cold called on the button. Yeah, well, I suppose ace queen still wouldn't have got it in there. Wouldn't have made a difference, but yeah. I mean, in saying that, if ace king opens, I'm not sure what the stack sizes were between Andrea and Rudy. Yeah. That's what I was just thinking, incognito, yeah. So if he didn't act out a turn, ace queen would have at least called the ace king raise. He got rewarded for acting out a turn. Yeah. The only other, trying to think here now. I can't imagine ace queen would have called there, but I could be wrong. I need to see the stack sizes from Rudy, because I think Rudy had like 30 or maybe 25 to 30 big blinds, and I'm not sure how much Andrea had. But the point I'm trying to make is it depends on the stack sizes. If they were kind of level between 25 to 30, then ace queen might be a call sometimes in that spot, or a 3-bet fold even, if that makes sense. But yeah, obviously fives like acting out a turn that ace queen. Like, I mean, ace queen would have won there, to be fair, but again, you can't really be results orientated. But yeah, bit of a weird spot. Theodore opening ace 8 suited. Fold around so far. As you're going to fold in the cutoff. Andrea had 39 big blinds, so yeah, what I imagine would have happened there if the fives didn't act out a turn was Rudy would have raised UTG, and I'd imagine Andrea probably would have mostly 3-bet. Although in saying that, fives was in the small blind sitting short, so might have been inclined to call. Yeah, we'll never know for sure. But obviously, between Rudy and Andrea, there were probably 30 big blinds effective, I'd say. So whether ace king opens, ace queen 3-bets, I think ace queen might fold if ace king decides to jam. So yeah, as you said, he got rewarded for acting out a turn, pretty much. It's not often that happens, though, to be fair, that you get rewarded for acting out a turn. Although it's hard to say. I mean, whatever happened with the all-in is out of their control, but yeah. Given what happened pre-flop, he technically did get rewarded for acting out a turn, funnily enough. Mikhail opening under the gun +1 with ace jack off. Got Klaus on the small blind with ace jack off also. Sure what to do here, Klaus. Goes all in. See, oh, he just calls. Just calls. That's what I said, all in. Sounded like all in. Tio, being Tio, gonna flick it in with the 6-5 off. Seen him do this with 5-3 off as well. Man likes his pot odds. Flops a pair. Klaus and Mikhail both whiff. Check, check. I think Mikhail might check this back, but wouldn't be the worst bet in the world either. I think in position you can definitely get away with betting this more often. $300k, 375 by the looks of it. Yeah. Obviously, Klaus is out of the way there. I think Theo is obviously going to call. He has some 2-pair outs, some backdoor straight draw. Obviously, if Mikhail is c-betting a hand like this, which he is, then we wanna call. That's a very good card for Theo. Gotta say, it's been a pretty good day for Theo for the most part when it comes to hitting hands and also winning the majority of all ins. And yeah, just goes check, check, which is kind of what we expected. And I'd imagine Theo is going to bet this river and just get a fold. Wow. Don't like that check, to be honest with you, because if you imagine what Mikhail is going to be c-betting into 2 players, it's gonna be some showdown value that are gonna like check back the river a lot. Like when he checks back the turn, he's obviously capping his range. Theo, or sorry, not Theo, but Mikhail. So good chance there he has some like pocket pairs that might be inclined to call a bet on the river. So I think Theo missed some value. As Queen X, I think, can check back that turn as well. So like if he has some hands like that, like 1-pair hands, you want to target that with a bet. So probably missed some value there. I mean, never checked that river. I agree. Definitely missed some value because, as I said, he's definitely going to have some pocket pairs between the 5 and the queen, and then he might have some weak Queen X as well. So, you know, when somebody c-bets into 2 players like that, most of the time they're going to have some hands with showdown value. You know, Ace Jack is still technically called there because he unblocks a bunch of 6-7 that are missed gut shots, like. So, you know, you're never going to check that in the river. So you probably should be betting stuff like that, 5x and Queen X itself. But yeah, 100% agree, Ghost. I would never be checking that river with that hand. So some of the pocket pairs, the weaker ones, like, you know, if you have 6s through 8s there, I think checking that river is fine with them sort of hands, but never a 5 and never a queen. You know, and then you can just like bluff the 6-7 and maybe some Ace-2 and Ace-4 potentially as well, which were good shots in the flop that, you know, didn't improve. So obviously you can value bet like the Queen X and obviously 5x and then bluff the 6-7s and some of the weaker Ace-X like Ace-2, I'd say is a bet, and then Ace-4 as well. Here we have an all-in. Theo shipping it on Rudy, and I think Rudy's going to call here pretty happily with this hand. Oh, come on, man, really? I mean, that's a massive win for 9-8 if King-7 is folding in the big blind there. Like, again, no disrespect to anyone that's making these kind of tighter folds, but Theo is more than capable. I forget what he did earlier on. It was a similar spot. Oh yeah, he shoved 5-7 of hearts. You know, imagine he's shoving 5-7 of clubs in this spot and King-7 is folding. Like, how much EV you're losing there is just crazy, you know? It's just a disaster. You're just missing out on like doubling up, and doubling up at this spot is like so important. Because you're sitting there with 7 big blinds. But yeah. Just these spots you can't miss out on. I understand you're deep enough in the tournament that you want to try and avoid the somewhat high risk situations, but like you're not going to. If I was in his shoes, I don't want to get to the final table or even get to the last 10, 15, 20 players with that short of a stack. Like just you can't avoid these spots that add up so much. Like. But here we have the chip counts again. Theo taking the chip lead for the first time. Alexi getting knocked off the first place podium, first time this evening. Andrea sitting in third, and Delco, Mikhail and Klaus, fourth, fifth and sixth. Then we have the shorter stacks, Spazzy, Torsten and Rudy, all at 15, 13 and 7 big blinds respectively. Small blind, big blind ante, or sorry, button ante is 120. Or is that an ante in general? Anyways, either way, a lot of pressure on the shorter stacks, and it's not going to get any easier. And it just seems to be, I think Spazzy and Torsten are literally have been sitting, battling it out between 7th and 8th all evening. They've just been down there battling. But they're still in it. They're still in it with a chance. And look, 15, 13 big blinds. It's more than a fighting chance. It's Rudy. It's Rudy that needs to be worried here, respectively again. 7 big blinds is a bit of pressure. On a 9-handed table, you have some form of breathing room, but you just got to take some spots that may not feel comfortable. And that King 7 off versus Tio's small blind jam. You need to call that with the King 7 as well. It's a mistake not to. Tio knows and understands that he has to jam wide enough there, and he's done it before, as I said, with 5-7 of hearts. With I forget who was in the big blind when he did it. I think it was whatever. He was a German guy, but yeah, he shoved 5-7 of hearts there. So like, imagine, as I said already, 5-7 of clubs he shoves there, and you're folding King 7. Like it's just not good enough. He just probably missed out on a massive opportunity to double up there. Small blind is just supposed to jam extremely wide there. I'm not going to say 100% of hands, but you're probably talking easily 90% plus. 85 to 90%, I'd say, of hands in that spot with the stack size that Tio has, So stuff like King High and Ace High there are never folds for the most part. A lot of the Queen X as well is going to be jams too, or sorry, calls versus all-ins. You just see Rudy folding King 6 off here as well. This is too tight, far too tight, far too tight. House here on the hijack, going for a fold. Got Mikhail with a very strong hand in the small blind. Torsten is in the big. Shorter stack, if you remember. I think it was a 12-13 big blind stack, roughly. Decides to go for a raise. He makes it 360k, which is 3x. Takes it down. Thirty-five players remaining. As he folding the 4-3 of hearts here. Trea folding also. Delco going to be folding too. Very standard stuff so far. Klaus with the Jack 7 off, you'd imagine is going to be a fold also. Rudy here with a 9-10 off. Could be a shove, if I'm honest. Off 6 big blinds, but he decides to pass. Just as well, because Mikhail would have put on his calling shoes. Raises for Min. Got Alexi here in the big blind, who probably can still defend here versus Min. Suited cards are not bad, but he decides to pass. Kyle chipping up. Kyle is chipping up. I was folding, UTG. Theodore folding also. Around to Rudy. Well, if you're not shoving this, mate, you literally are only waiting for aces. In it goes. Kyle folds, Torsten gonna fold. Alexi folding, and Spazzy. It's gonna be up to Spazzy. Looks down at 2 whole cards. What do we got? If only he knew. If only he knew he had 60% here. Unfortunately, he will never know. God damn, he's going to think about it. And fold. Rudy chipping up a little bit there. He needed a few chips there. Survive another orbit or two. In fairness, the 2 to 3 big blinds that you pick up really can go a long way. They save you one more orbit, one more round of hands. It goes a long way. Just a small bit of breathing room, but obviously you'd rather just get the double up. Give you that extra breathing room. Over onto a Croatian player here now, and Delco. Probably going to start off with a fold here, I'd imagine. Klaus with the queen 6 off. We're going in the bin. Rudy with 9-5 off. Kyle, 6-3 off, going to be folding. Hold it on to Alexi. He's got ace-10 off, which is going to be a pretty standard open. Spazzy, my man, what you got for me? That's the ace-queen. I think this might be good enough. Potentially. But I've seen some mad stuff from Spazzy, so I could be totally wrong. But I'm pretty sure this is going to be going in the middle. And I'd say Alexi is probably going to be priced into call after making a 2.5x. Well, it's not 2.5x, it's 2x itself, a little bit over 2x. Probably going to have to call this, I'd imagine, but he's not going to be too thrilled about it, I would assume. I assume this is a call in these positions. Theoretically, I'd assume this is a call. I mean, against Spazzy, I may not be too inclined, but I still think it's too good. It's going to be a bit shit when he calls here and he turns over ace-queen, but... If Alexi finds a fold here, I'd be pretty blown away. Wow, that's impressive. Now, I don't know if that's Spazzy's image coming back to bite him in the ass, so to speak, but that was an impressive fold in my opinion. In them positions, folding ace-10 off there for 10 big blinds. I think that might have been a possible deviation, given it was Spazzy making the all-in. I'm very happy with that fold from Alexi. I don't think many would find that fold there, but again, if you've been watching how Spazzy's been playing, not even knowing the whole cards he's been like, you know, folding and just going on in with, and just like in general, I think against most players, ace-10 is good enough there, even against Spazzy, but somehow Alexi knew that it might not be that good. I mean, like, if you think about pocket pairs that he's supposed to rejam there, some suited broadways, potentially even worse ace-x, like ace-8 suited, ace-5, ace-4 suited, them sort of hands, even some offsuit ace-x that, like, ace-10 is ahead of. It's like Alexi just kind of knew that, like, Spazzy may not just, like, jam those, or just won't jam wide enough that, like, ace-10 is getting the correct price to call against that range. But we've all saw that Spazzy definitely has played on the tighter side, so maybe Alexi has taken that into account as well and said, right, you know, ace-10 actually isn't in that good a shape. Yeah, it can be ahead sometimes, but flipping at best, I would say. Like, you have to ask the question, does Spazzy rejam, like, I don't know, like ace-8 off, ace-9 off? You know, them ones that, like, Alexi's going to be ahead of. And even though, like, I would imagine the suited ace-x he's going to jam more frequently. So he's ahead of them as well, but it's an interesting fold there. I'm not 100% sure if doing that against, you know, even the tighter players is going to be good. But, you know, Alexi obviously kind of trusted his instincts there and decided not to go with it, which is obviously going to come back to hopefully benefit him, I would say. Theo here opening. 8-6 suited. Got Andrea here that two of the deeper stacks Two of the top 3 stacks, to be honest. Calling seems like the best play here. Oh, wow. And he just shoves, man. This guy, like, he has no other move but all in. 2 times he's raised, it's just been all in. He's going to get 2 folds here. I think nines cannot call here. Nines is literally calling to set mine against the deeper stack, which is what Tio has. And I mean, Delco, like, I mean, he doesn't have the shortest stack in the world either. I think he's like 4th in chips or something like that. He has him covered. He has him covered. I mean, Andrea is good enough to suss this out. It's just, is Andrea willing to take on the variance if it's a flip? And honestly, I think he's a good enough player to understand that, like, if he's ahead of some of his range, he might just end up calling this. But I don't think he's going to call because it's, like, really, really ridiculous price. Like, if he had 10s here, like, he's never going to have jacks because jacks is probably going to 3-bet pre. So, you know, I suppose, like, 10s is the strongest pocket pair here that he's going to have. It's just such a big shove. It's just such a big shove. But as I said, if he's willing to accept the variance, if he thinks he has, like, you know, ace queen suited and like ace king, and this is like never kings or aces, then he might just flick this in here. But it's a big call. It's a big call. Like, it's never ace or kings here. Let's be real. You know, I don't think it's queens. It could be jacks. But I think most of the time it's just going to be like ace king, ace queen. At least that's what I feel. But it's such a big spot where, like, there's so much variance involved, where ace king really doesn't care what happens because he did the right move in just like jamming this or just like whatever 4-betting itself. But yeah, nines, yeah, it's just a shit spot. I wonder if he had 10s there, how 10s would feel, because 9s and 10s are very, very similar in that regard. And he shows the ace king. I think Andrea kind of had that in the back of his mind, that it's mostly going to be something like that, but you really don't have to risk that many chips for at this stage, you know. Like, Andrea is up there, top 4 stacks on the feature table, probably decent stack in the overall field. So, yeah, I just don't think he will. On to the next hand, as this still 35 players remaining. Spazzy looking very snug. Alexi here opening in the hijack. Spazzy here in the cutoff. Can't imagine he's doing anything but folding. Delco defending from the small blind with queen 10 suited. Seems pretty okay to me. Go heads up to the flop here, and Delco versus Alexi. Queen 10 suited versus ace 8 off. Flop comes. Top pair for Alexi, and very dynamic flop. Very good for the small blind cold call range in general. Ace 8 can do either bet or check here. I don't mind either or, but probably betting makes the most sense. Goes for probably 250 or something like that. 275 maybe, 300, yeah. Fold, snap fold. Finally played by both. I think the cold call from the small blind is absolutely perfect. Alexi's just been doing all the right things. Like, he hasn't been that active pre-flop. If you compare him to like Theodore, who has been a lot more active, but he's really done the basics really well. Is what I would highlight about him. And you know, that just goes to show that if you do them well, you can accumulate chips. But yeah, like, he's been playing really well. Just like not getting in any tricky spots or you know, anything like that really. He's just been playing very solid. The only thing I'll highlight from this table in general, from what I saw the last 5.5 hours, is just like there's just been spots where people have been far too passive, and potentially like risk avert is what I would say. This kind of falls into the same category of being passive, but just in general, yeah, I would say mostly risk avert. You know, like kind of feeling, you know, there's 35 players left, you know, all that kind of situation. Oh, I want to kind of run a little bit deeper. Like, oh, I'm going to pass on this spot because of X, Y, and Z, when at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. Of course, ICM is a thing. But yeah, we'll see how it goes anyways. Apocalypse, mate, appreciate you dropping in and helping with the social media, dropping them. Can't keep my eyes open. Well, I have to keep my eyes open for another little bit, mate, but pleasure to have you on board anyways. Good to hear from you. Alexi opening here under the gun +3. Andrea cold calling in the cutoff. And Theodore, without a shadow of a doubt, he's going to be completing here with the King 7. He's completed with a lot worse. A lot worse. Oh, look at this. Well, that's just a call. That's very misleading with all the chips. Or is it a raise? Oh, they are 5k. Good board for Alexi. Goes for a bet. Theo makes a somewhat ambitious call here. The gut shot and the backdoor flush draw. I think with Alexi's firing into two players there, we probably want to start folding this. Flush comes in on the turn. To start checking back on this turn, and we'll give the green light for Theo to start bluffing rivers. But in saying that, this gives him two pairs. So probably want to stay betting here. And it's going to get a snap fold from Theo. Would have been interesting if it wasn't the 4 of spades. What would have happened, but pretty easy call there, or sorry, bet when it's a 2 pair approved. It looks like we're going on a 15-minute break, guys, by the looks of it, I believe. So we will catch you all in the next 15 minutes. I myself personally need a toilet break, so yeah, we'll be talking to you in a few minutes.
December. So I'm going 7 hours back, right?
Okay.
So how
So
do you...
I'll explain how I did it from home.
Okay.
So what I do is, my flight left at 10 p.m.
Right.
Right? I want to wake up around, and it's 8 hours forward.
Right.
So 10 p.m. my time is 6 a.m. there.
Right.
2 hours into the flight is about 8 a.m.
Right.
So I'm gonna eat at midnight, right? That's gonna be breakfast. Before midnight, I don't have any food. I fast the whole day before noon. So like, if you do earlier, it's even better. You know, anywhere from like 8 a.m. to noon, you have a big meal, satiate yourself, and then you basically, the time that you will be asleep, you're not eating, right? Then, when the new time, like, oh, I need to wake up here, it's like, this is true in the animal world too. Like, when they eat, that's the start of their day, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, the body's tricked into thinking that, all right, this is the new beginning of my day. I fasted during sleep.
So you fasted from 12 p.m. your time.
Yeah.
You
so
then
midnight.
got on the plane at 10 p.m. You didn't eat until midnight.
Yeah.
So you went 12 hours.
I did 12. Yeah, 12 to anywhere 12 to 16.
And that was 8 a.m. Okay, I see.
Yeah. So basically, like, when I had breakfast, when I had dinner or breakfast at midnight, that's breakfast. Even though it wasn't a breakfast, but that was my new breakfast. Because I hadn't eaten, right? So your body's like,
I'm gonna give that a try.
Yeah, it's there's science behind it. It's not just like, you know, old wives' tale from Phoenix. It's a real thing.
Yeah. I'll have to give it a try.
And then of course, you know, if let's say it doesn't work or whatever, and you're up, it's like 4 or 5 in the morning, don't eat. Like, that's the key thing is like, if it doesn't happen the first 24 hours, like, always make sure that you're not like eating, you know, 4 hours before you want to wake up, because then you're gonna stay all fucked up. This schedule here for these events though, it's so fucked up that I don't even know what time makes sense to wake up, because I think I'm playing a lot of 4 p.m. tournaments.
It's pretty late.
Yeah.
Pretty late.
4 p.m., 6 p.m. till 2 or 3.
Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely.
He's not happy.
I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Helmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, shoot, boy.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? He has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand, Negreanu likely to hero hit.
2.8.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call. Chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. Dean Eggs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do. Blind v blind with that run out.
Okay.
We like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was not going to give up.
Yeah.
I tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deep, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deep loved that turn. Do apologise, Pourquoi up to second in chips, 36 bigs, 32% of all the chips in play.
But I always liked both. What I used to do when I started my career is I played cash as my job. That's to pay the bills. And then at night, I would go play these like nightly tournaments at dessert.
Right.
So I was playing 10, 20 limit hold'em, making about $45 an hour.
Yeah.
You know, and then I would go play these $20 tournaments with rebuys at night because I enjoyed them, right? But it wasn't like something that I looked at as like, oh, that's a stable living, right? Like without the cash game come, tournaments are nuts.
Yeah.
It's much more difficult.
That makes a lot of sense.
So like I would stick with, I mean, I don't know how your brain works in terms of like learning two things at the same time or how much it would sacrifice, but like if cash games is where you make the majority of your money, I would, you know, still do that and then like, you know, sleep into tournaments.
That's what I've seen a lot of the guys do, and it's crazy because like I'll cover you guys, you know, like anything higher than like a 10K, and I'll feel extremely comfortable in my knowledge and understanding of what you guys are trying to achieve. That's obviously a blanket statement, but you know, from a surface level.
Yeah.
And I do love tournaments, I do, but for me, I've just always treated poker like a lifestyle business.
Well, if you play cash, like most cash players that are good, that play deep, like playing tournaments is easier, except when it gets short.
Yeah.
So like you'll have an advantage deep
at the start,
right?
Yeah.
You know, when it's more like a cash game.
Yeah.
And then you'll just have to learn the nuances of like, you know, playing really nitty in spots and, you know, ICM, boring stuff like that.
That makes sense.
Boring, but obviously really important if you're playing for money.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, chat. Really do. You guys have been incredibly kind
9.6
throughout this series. Glad you're all enjoying the coverage. Once again, if you haven't already, please do hit that like button.
Before I bust, will you tell me if I was dead there?
Really helps us spread the word and reach a wider audience. As Nicky B says, before I bust, will you please give me that info?
Yeah.
Sean Deeb, gonna look him up. 7-5 of diamonds.
Combination nation.
Huh?
Combination nation.
You sucked out on me in the same spot earlier, so I hope I revenge it.
I'll tell you another day. No, I can't tell you when I'm playing with open, right?
And Nicky P.
I feel like no matter what, I'm just dead anyway. I don't know if I'm supposed to call.
Has Deeb in rough shape, 4.4 in the middle. Oh no, 5-4-3. Deeb out flopping Nicky P. 6 would chop it. A deuce or an ace would win it for Nick Petrangelo. 1 to come, 8 clubs on the turn, changes nothing. Hand 126 here. Will we be down to 3? River card is the 8 of hearts. And Deeb
take it down, bro.
Eliminates Nick Petrangelo in 4th place, 220,000 euros for his efforts. One of the best players in the world, upswing coach. And now up to over 27 million in total live earnings. Sean Deeb, 2 away.
They come to you for advice now. How would they
from joining the 6-time bracelet winners club.
You're just used to being
You end up gagging and almost throwing up at the smell of your own, you know. So to counter that, this 12-hour solo commentary stint, felt like you guys would give me a bit of space, a bit of leeway.
You just love poker.
And let me off the old sock and sandals grind.
Oh, good. It is.
You know, like my one-time pass. Bamlam saying never an excuse. Boots saying agree, sock and sandals is brutal. All right, chat. Okay.
But apart from that, I'm all good.
And issues with our central nervous system, but other than that.
Celebson saying getting paid millions for it. Millions. All right, chat. All right. Okay, no more socks and sandals. I see how it is.
Or society.
So we jump back into this.
Other than that,
Button open from Nikki P. Deep with the 3-bet out the small with the queens. This could be a chip lead pot, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds.
Orpin has woken up with ace queen O in the big.
One time
Button v small blind v big blind. Chat, does Orpin just rip here? For 33 bigs. Oh, wow. Oh, boy. 3.1 million from Orpin. The cold 4 out of the big. Sean Deeb looking for bracelet number 4. In a great spot to either just pick up this 5.6 in the middle or get it in with the queens and be a 3-1 favorite to have over half the chips in play. Hand number 102. Nail biting stuff here. Can't fault Orpin for 4-betting out of the big. Deep with the 3-bet out the small. Nicky P on the background saying he's going to shove over the top of this 3-bet. Does announce all in. And Orpin with a snap fold. Sean Deeb picks up a monster pot without even having to sweat 5. Up to 14 million in chips.
I see, yeah.
It's history about to be made here.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of the Euro Poker Millions. Live coverage of the featured table. And here are the chip counts. We got Alexi, Theodore, and then Delco in the top 3 positions. Andrea, Mikhail, and Spazzy, 4th, 5th, and 6th. And then we have Klaus, Torsten, and Rudy, all the shorter stacks. Yeah, definitely on life support, the bottom 2, if not bottom 3. Spazzy kind of in the same vicinity as well, but a lot of pressure on them 4 stacks to get a double up and give themselves some breathing room. But in saying that, Mikhail, 20 bigs, competent player, and the ones above him are just kind of solid players as well. So it's going to be the interesting last couple of rounds, or last couple of blinds, I should say, blind levels, to see how it pans out. But definitely bottom 6 players are in tough spot when it comes to the blinds itself going round, and they've been an increase as well, I believe. So on 80k, 160k, small and big. And yeah, we'll see how this pans out, but definitely bottom 6 players, or sorry, bottom 6th, 7th, and 8th, 9th players are in a tough spot in regards to shortage of chips. We'll see how it pans out, but been an interesting feature table so far, I gotta say. Just waiting for all players to come back before we get the action going again. See Alexi just sitting down now. Chip leader, not by much. Just getting the all clear to go from the tournament director. So we're off and running here after the second break. About maybe 5.5 to 6 hours into the stream. Yeah, close to 6 hours, 5 hours, 40 minutes roughly. Yeah, as I said, Mikhail is my guy to shine, and he's definitely been performing well. Got some info from his Hendon mob that I didn't check out prior, that he's pretty much a stone wall crusher, to say the least. We have Andrea, who's another guy who's been pretty solid and playing quite well. Alexi in the same kind of boat. And then you have Theodore, who's just a bit outlandish altogether. Some wild stuff pre-flop in regards to what he's opening, what he's calling, what he's raising. Mixed bag of nuts, to say the least. But yes, got Deje, if I pronounced that correctly. Mikhail fan, like myself. I'm rooting for him also. And my guy in regards to how he's performed. So let's see more of that. Let's see more of that going forward. 34 players left out of 2,285 entries for €490 buy-in. Pretty good turnout. Nice. So up until 28th, 35th, we're talking a 3.4k roughly payout. So that's what they're all guaranteed for the next 5 to 6 players to get knocked out roughly. You need to see the payouts. You can just do the exclamation mark payouts in the Twitch chat, and you'll get the results of the breakdown from all the positions, from the min cash all the way up to first place. Top 12 players get a main event ticket, which is always nice. Extra incentive to reach the final table, or even up until 12th place, which is what's guaranteed. But a whopping 131k for first is what all these players will be liking to get their hands on. Whether that'll happen, it's impossible, but one player will. One player will get their hands on it. So again, just looking at the chip counts here, we got Alexi, Theodore, and Andelko on the top 3 positions. Andrea level on chips with Andelko. You got Mikhail sitting in 5th, and Spazzy, Klaus, Torsten, and Rudy, all the shorter stacks on the final table. Rudy for sure on life support and will need to get his chips in at some stage to keep his head afloat. Torsten more or less in the same vicinity. I think Anaton sub 10 big blinds. You kind of want to start getting your chips in, but you know, time and a place obviously. Klaus and Spazzy just a little bit under sub 15, so small bit more breathing room, but at the same time still feeling the pinch. But I'd imagine with these blind levels, and I'm not sure how many other shorter stacks there is, but I can imagine players starting to fall off now over the next 1 to 2 hours, I would assume. We got Andelko here, opening in the hijack to 320, or sorry, 425. Bigger raise than what everyone else has been doing, surprisingly. Does the job nonetheless. Could probably end up making it a little smaller myself, but I think that might be nitpicking, so to speak. You got Theodore here who calls on the button, or is that a fold? Graphics are a little bit behind here, I think. Oh, he actually folded the King 10, interesting. Surprised to see that. And this kind of goes back to the point I made after we came back from the second break, that Tio is always full of surprises when it comes to pre-flop stuff. I've seen him call aces, and I've seen him 3-bet ace-8 off in certain spots. And then I expect him to call that king-10 suited, but then he somehow folds. Mind blown. Spazzy here now on the 12 bigs. I imagine he's going to be putting this in the middle, and he goes for a raise, which is, I mean, I don't understand this off 12 bigs with ace-jack. Again, sub 15, I think this is only going to be an all-in. And Rudy has found his hand to go with, and his king-10 of hearts seems pretty standard to me. Mikhail folds, and Torsten folds into big blind as well. So we're going to be... throws in the rest. I really just prefer the jam here with ace-jack, because the funny part is, well, Rudy's not going to fold off 5 big blinds, but if Rudy had 10 to 12 big blinds, he might end up folding this potentially if he just goes all in, Spazzy. But obviously in this regard, he's like not going anywhere when it's, you know, 5 big blinds effective. And he's doing okay so far. Still doing okay. Some split outs with a 6. And the king. And you can see Spazzy didn't like that, but Spazzy got lucky with a king on the river before, so people seem to always forget that the hands you win and the hands you lose goes around, comes around. This is why there's probability in this game. Things like this will happen X amount of the time. And I know what happened to Spazzy earlier on, where he got lucky when he shoved king 7 and river to king, so I'm not saying it goes around, comes around, but you know, stuff like that happens inevitably, so I wouldn't be too much annoyed with yourself. But obviously, you know, it's still annoying. It's still annoying, don't get me wrong. But Rudy gets to double up to 10 BBs. Chip in a chair, as they say. A lot more than one chip at this stage, but yeah, 10 big blinds and a dream. And big blinds and a dream. Still obviously feeling the pinch regardless, you know. 10 big blinds is still far from cushion. Spazzy now on 8. Spazzy on 8 big blinds. Gonna have to fold this, unfortunately. Gonna have to fold it. Got Andelko here now, who's definitely going to be opening. She does. Got Tio here with the jacks. Be interested to see what Andelko does here, but again, see what size he goes. In previous times he's been going very, very big and just calls. Huh. Very interesting by Tio. This is again going back to what I said numerous times already tonight. Tio is just full of surprises with this sort of stuff. And Torsten, wow. So what's going to happen here? Torsten is going to go all in, and I'm not sure can Andelko re-raise all in. I'm not sure how this works, but he can. Okay, and Tio is absolutely laughing his way all to the bank here. You cannot fold, Tio. I know you've proved me wrong numerous times tonight, mate, but please, please don't fold this. If you fold this and see that this guy turns over 6, you're going to be a lot more sick. Just realize that you have a very, very strong hand against a certain range. Please, please call. Madness if he folds. Oh my goodness, this table is mental. This table is mental. Wow, I'm lost for words with that fold. I'm lost. Like what? Like if he has queens plus, then so be it. Take it on the chin. If he has queens plus, then just take it on the chin. It's an absolute cooler. You cannot fold jacks there. Like that's about a 10 to 12 big blind or 10 to 12 million pot. Like crazy, crazy fold, crazy fold. I can't see that. I can't believe that just happened. Like, I mean, the problem is you cold call jacks there. You want the all in to happen and you want him to re-raise all in. And then when that happens, you still fold. I think the pressure got to Tio there, unfortunately. Too big of a pot for him to realize that he needs to flick that in there. You know. I mean, jack on the flop would hurt. Nothing. And Adelko is running well in these all-ins as well. He had a big flip against Ace-King earlier on against Rudy. The 6s are still holding, and I'd imagine 6s, I mean, I can't guarantee this, 1 in 5 times he's going to lose, roughly. That is a win for the 6s. Crazy, crazy fold by Tio, though. Very, very disappointed by that, honestly. And just go, again, I'll say crazy reshove, but you don't want to flip for 30 big blinds in this situation, right? I think the problem is, Deja, is you know, when you cold call jacks like that, and that ends up happening pre-flop, you can never fold jacks there. Like, if you're worried about that, then call 7s, 8s, 9s, and maybe 10s, right? You know, 10s is a lot more closer than jacks. Jacks, I think, is just, you know, if you think of how much chips you want to have going forward and how big of an EV spot that is for that to happen, folding jacks there is just crazy, you know. The thing is with 6s, when 6s is in that spot, there, and, you know, Thorson re-raises all in, 6s is completely in its own right to rejam there, because Tio is never going to have that strong of a range, or at least he shouldn't. So when he actually does somehow have that, you just can't fold jacks, man. Like, shoving 6s over what Tio is going to be cold calling there in position, I think is absolutely fine, because you are going to get a bunch of folds. You're going to get a crazy amount of folds there. But somehow, if he has some premium like that, you know, it's you just can't fold it. And I hope this doesn't affect Tio going forward now, that he might get impatient or you know, let this linger, as you know, in how he plays going forward. I hope that doesn't happen, because he's been playing relatively well up until now, to be fair. I'll give him that. But I think 6s is completely to reshove there, to isolate against Thorsten, who's in the big blind there. Because you're just going to get so much folds, Deja, as well. Like, that's the thing. You're going to get so many folds when you reshove the 6s, because, you know, he should never have a strong hand, for the most part anyways. The fact that he had jacks there and that happened and he ends up folding is just, yeah, I don't know. It's a bit lost for words, if I'm honest with you. But yeah, as I said, I hope this doesn't affect him. Even if it is, you know, it's like, as I said this earlier on, I'm not sure if you were there, but there's just times in a tournament, man, where you just have to take this variance. You know, you really shouldn't be playing a tournament like this where you're afraid of putting money in the middle, where, you know, it may not work out. And now this is after going all in. This is crazy. Why is this? How is this all in on the flops? Like, he has to call this. This is mental. He folded jacks in the previous hand. He can't fold this here again. He cannot fold this again. Thank you, Tio. Good man. He's probably blown away with it that he's miles ahead. Like, this is ridiculous all in by Andelko as well, man. This is mental stuff. Two absolutely crazy hands back to back. Andelko is crazy. Well, this craziness is coming back to bite him in the ass now, Deja, isn't it? Yeah, this is not ideal, obviously. Oh my god! Oh my god! This is not right! Fuck me, excuse my language. Oh my god. All is good, yeah, it definitely is Andelko, all is good. Mental stuff. Absolutely mental. Wow. Wow, that, do you know something, right? Between what Tio has experienced the last 2 or 3 hands, I think that might haunt me for the rest of my life. I honestly think that might haunt me for the rest of my days, between folding the jacks and would have scooped that massive pot and then getting in King Jack really good and this guy sucking out. How painful is that to deal with? That's so unfortunate. My God, that's so unlucky. Wow. Wow. And that was a huge pot. That was like 90 big blinds or something like that as well, like 70 plus definitely. Well, folks, I was expecting action. I expected a lot of all-ins, but I did not expect that off the bat. That is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous, 2 or 3 hands. Wow. I need to take a moment to recompose myself. Crazy. Just like that, folks, there was 33 players on the get-go as well, and now there's 28 left. So as I said, there's a good chance people are going to start dropping like flies, but if we keep seeing all-ins like that... funny stuff. What a ridiculous river, man. Holy hell. Anyways, Alexei on the button with ace-jack off. 37 big blinds. Got Spazzy here. There's a time. Just keep thinking how much longer can you wait? And clearly he can wait another bit longer. Jeez. Alexei takes it down. Yeah, I know, man. I feel pretty energized after seeing that hand too. I mean, I have to obviously commentate until this is till the final table, I believe. But yeah, if I was a spectator just watching it, no way I'm going to sleep after that. No way. My adrenaline is just pumping like, it's crazy. Obviously we're king 10 off UTG. Debating whether to raise or fold, I would assume. Look at the stack sizes. Tipping the cards, whatever he's doing. Fold. Mikhail on 17 here. Imagine this guy would be pretty aware of what he can and can't really open off this kind of stack size and what he can justify and what not. Thinking about it at least. It's probably a bit too wide in my opinion off that stack size. Especially when you have Spazzy in the button who's short. I don't think he can do it too wide because not ideal if you do open and he does decide to ship it and you probably have the price, priced into call. I mean, Spazzy can't even jam this, I don't think. Yeah, still not good enough. And Andrea here with a big hand in the small blind. How to get the best out of this. Just going for an open by the looks of it. Exactly what happens. And Andrea checking his cards, or Delcoat I should say. It's going to be a call, I guess, off 3x those kind of 72 big blind stack, man. Wow. Decides to fold. See, like, the thing is, I'm not even sure if that is a call versus 3x. I would think it is still, but I feel like sometimes that might be a fold because obviously the small blind probably has to be open and super tight because of Spazzy being that short as well. So maybe folding that in that situation makes sense potentially. I'm not sure because I don't think that 10-8 would be a fold if everyone kind of had similar stacks, I would assume. But as I said, I'm not 100% sure folded, or maybe just like over folded. Like, I mean, maybe he doesn't even realize that that's probably a pure call even in that spot. Like, but that's what I'm not sure of. Got Rudy shipping at the 11 bigs with the jacks. Nice hand to pick up. Just want to get called by something worse. Nice. Not sure what Mikhail is thinking about. Getting some camera time. Again, Spazzy. That right arm has to be getting sore. The amount he has mucked cards tonight. Queen 6 off here for Klaus. I can't imagine he's going to be calling. Klaus is sitting short as well now. Always makes me wonder because the guy was folding Queen 4 suited small blind versus big blind earlier on, and now he's somewhat contemplating calling Queen 6 off versus an all in. Mind wonders. Rudy chipping up another few big blinds. Somebody catches a little bit of heat in these situations, they can really build a stack. Just run hot for a couple of hands, really goes a long way. Mikhail here finding a raise with the king 8 suited off this stack size. Seems good to me. And that's what I'm saying. Another player might end up just folding this. But Mikhail understands, and instinctively myself, honestly, if I can understand why this would be an open. So it's good. It's good to see him doing that, finding these kind of more marginal raise first ins where maybe a weaker player or maybe an inexperienced player wouldn't find these. Just shows that he's just understands the game quite well, I think, when it comes to pre-flop and post-flop. And this is crazy to me as well, folding the ace-9. Was that ace-9 suited? I believe it was. I mean, what are you waiting for, man? All by Rudy. Kyle gets it through. Alexi here now with the queen jack off. I'd be tempted to open. I wouldn't blame him if he did. I actually wouldn't blame him to fold either. I'm not exactly sure, DJ. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not 100% sure how long we're playing till. Not exactly sure. It could be the final 2 tables, if I'm honest with you. But again, I'm not 100% sure, Deja. Sorry about that. Yeah, let's enjoy, mate. Let's enjoy for sure. So we got Andrea here opening the king jack and Michael debating to defend or not. I'd imagine this is a fold. It's just, again, see the difference where Mikhail is debating what to do here, where some of the other players at the table here probably would have mucked already. And this is the thing, I think this is close versus a min open. It's just off this stack size is where the question is: is it a defend versus this stack size? Like versus this raise first in sizing, it's mostly a call, but effective stacks matter here as well. So off 18 bigs, it's probably very, very close. It'd be interesting to hear what he kind of thinks, if I'm honest. Really debating this. It's like he doesn't know that it's on him or something. I know he knows, but like it's like he doesn't know. I mean, I'd love to know what's going through his head. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know, the end of the world decision in regards to do I call here or not. To take this long to think about it is mad. I mean, I would fold personally. Or maybe there's an all-in out in a different table. I'm not sure. He has to have a reason to do this. I mean, there has to be an all-in or something going on out in another table, I assume. Yeah, it has to be gutter finance. It has to be something like that. I mean, there's no way in hell you're going to fucking take 5 minutes for this decision. Like, something's not right here. It's like a mid-open. Fair enough. I honestly thought at one point that the decision was that hard. It's just as well they don't have shot clocks, no? Shot clocks will be a bit of an issue here. Use up all your time cards. Yeah, I agree. Too long. Too long for this now. What the hell just happened? Yeah, there has to have been some logic behind it. That makes sense. Like, I mean, there's no way he was taking that long for that decision for anything else other than that, I assume, as well. this this feature table has probably had everything. Let's be honest. Let's be honest, people. This feature table probably has had everything. Pretty good entertainment, if you ask me, for an Easter Sunday. As he's folding here, I think 7-3 out of any hand I've seen tonight is definitely not the one to go with. Klaus here probably going to all in, I'd imagine, off 9 bigs. Pretty standard stuff. All in. Good luck, Klaus. If you get this through, if you get called, same thing. Good luck regardless. So far, Lexi in the big blind, ace-3, probably not going to call for 9 bigs. Can't imagine so. Especially against Klaus, who's probably on the tighter side, I'd assume. Or would be shoving tighter than most. Shows the 5s. Right onto the gun, folding 10-7 off. There we go here now. Folding also. Rudy might be tempted to shove this, but I think we can find a better hand. I think we should fold here, personally. I think we can maybe wait for a better spot. Ooh, he went for it. It's fancy, man. Yeah, maybe that's like a very easy shove there, to be honest with you. I'm just not sure. Suppose you can nearly discount spazzy in the big blind when you're doing that. So that would be the button technically. So yeah, maybe from the button, definitely I would do it from the button, no problem. Cut off, I feel like it might be a little bit closer, but as I said, you can probably disregard spazzy in that spot, I think. So shoving there is kind of more or less effectively from the button. So you can do it way more wider. Well, not way more, but a decent amount more. It's a I'll say with a jack 10 off, he's probably going to fold it, I guess. In the middle it goes. Got Rudy now. Are they going to fold this time? I'm going to pass. Actually, you're going to be opening. Spazzy. Oh, he'll never pick the right hand. He'll never get the right hand. Flop for Alexi. King high is going to be decent. Is going to be a call here a decent amount of the time, even on this texture, and plus you have a backdoor flush draw as well. 2 overs to the 9 is very relevant also. So can't imagine Andrea going to be folding ever on this flop. There he goes with the call. 100%. Just going to be a check fold on the turn. On this 6 of hearts, if facing a double barrel, not a lot you can do here. Calling the king high in the flop there because, you know, he's just going to be c-betting this flop extremely wide. Interesting check back. I like it though. Thing is, when he checks here, like Alexi can pretty happily value bet like 9s plus here. So if he has like kings, queens, jacks, 10s, whatever, he can do this pretty happily. And value bet definitely the stronger 9x, I would assume. Like I wouldn't value bet like 8-9 or 7-9 here, but I value bet probably 9-10 plus, I'd say, would be more than reasonable. Size and wise, don't know. It's a bit too big. It's quite polarizing. It's kind of like saying I check back an ace or I just have absolute air, is what I would feel in this spot. Interesting. I don't know, man. Andrea's been playing pretty good. I don't know if this is a good call here, honestly. I know he likes to think very, I don't know, very carefully and navigates these things little by little, detail by detail. I would fold here, honestly. Good man, good man, good man. I mean, I like the fact that he at least thought about it. You know, that there's this is what I'm saying. That's a very logical thinker. He's thinking in ranges and, you know, what it looks like, and is there a possibility of X, Y, and Z? You know, maybe he was never going to call at any point, but the fact that he at least thought about it, you know, But like, it's not like it's the fact that he thought about it. That's the part that impresses me. Because there's justification for at least thinking about it. Not that you entice yourself to change your mind. It's just like to at least make yourself think what's possible. And who knows? You might come across some piece of detail that will change your mind. But like, you have to have a strong read to deviate from that, if that makes sense. But yeah, probably never call it, to be fair. Not versus that size in anyways. Versus a smaller one, you can definitely think about it more. But anyways, Rudy here with queens. Without a shadow of a doubt, going to be going in the middle. Interesting, goes for a small raise. Lexi's going to be folding here in the cutoff. Thinking about something here, and I'm not sure why. Yeah, I just keep it simple, mate. I wouldn't worry about complicating it there now. If you're thought about 3-betting something crazy like that. Fortunately, going to get through unless Andelco is feeling adventurous. Rudy on 16 bigs now. His head is most definitely above water for now, anyways. Bounced back pretty well, to be fair. Five players left, guys. Out of 83 at the start of coverage, if I remember correctly. Huge portion of the field gone since the last 6.5 hours. Interesting stuff went down. A lot of interesting rivers, to say the least. A lot of pre-flop, interesting spots. It's been a fun one. It's been a fun one. Mikhail here debating whether to open the ace-5. Definitely see some merits. I think you can do it off this sack size. Deciding to, which I like. You see, again, this is a good spot where a lot of other, a lot of inexperienced, as I said, and just weaker players may not bother opening this. But he just understands that there's, the smaller parts of his range where people, would mostly fold. He finds where they're actually, raises most of the time itself. It's just good assessment of the situation. Going to get through as well, and he's going to pick up around the blinds there by doing that, which is huge. keeps these. He stayed on the 20 big blind mark so long, for so long. Like the 20, 25 big blind mark, he's just been sitting on that for probably 2 to 3 hours. So he's just picking up little pots and just keeping himself afloat. Like, it's interesting. It's interesting to watch. See the chip counts here, and Delco leading with 70 big blinds. Massive chip stack at this point at the tournament. Alexi and Andrea second and third. Mikhail, Rudy, Klaus fourth, fifth and second. And you got Spazzy, who's really on life support with 3 big blinds sitting there in seventh. You know, we're not playing 9-handed at the moment, so the blinds are going to get around to Spazzy quicker again, which is more of a reason to try and get his chips in the middle as soon as possible, because blinds don't wait around, unfortunately. You kind of have to just pick your spot and just hope it works out, you know. But yeah, gonna have to get lucky a couple of times, I'd say, for that to happen. Otherwise, but yeah, you got Klaus kind of in the same vicinity, but more so a little bit easier to breed, to put it that way. 10 big blinds.